Hey there, Sloth. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, surprise! We have a new game to try out. Like our usual new Wednesday. Whatchamacallit? A new Wednesday gimmick. But yeah, welcome, welcome. I hope you have a good Tuesday and a good evening. Never heard of this one, eh? Well, it's kind of popular on the phone. Well, I say popular, but yes, it kind of released on the phone first. Before that, it was actually a set of books, like a choose your own adventure sort of deal. Nice, it's your last night of work. Unfortunately, we're not going to go very late on Friday. Friday's going to be a short stream because it's the 4th of July and I'm going to have to go and visit my family, so... Unfortunately, Friday's going to be cut short and we're going to move our watch party to Saturday. That being said, given some of the unique things about this week, we might actually do an extra long watch party on Saturday and try to completely finish the series if we can, but I don't know if we will. But we'll try. We'll have an extra long watch party. So there'll be information in the Discord about that, but I haven't quite figured out all of the details yet. But that will be coming tomorrow. As a heads up for everyone. Yeah. Welcome everyone. So this is gonna be more of a chill game. Chill, but also very interesting. Can't wait for you guys to take a look and to check it out. The only problem is that this game, I wasn't able to just isolate the window for the OBS, so I'm gonna have to just share my whole screen. But that's okay. Alright, let's get that launched up. I'm also not sure where I'm gonna be on the screen, but hopefully the bottom right will work like usual. So there's no opening music on this screen, unfortunately. But on the iPhone there is. That's alright. So it's actually broken into 4 parts. We have all 4, but this piece of the puzzle has 2 and 1. The Shamutanti Hills. So we get to choose our model. Do we want to be a guy or a girl? Also, if you've been playing the game, the way this sort of works is that it'll give you like a letter code based on the SATS path that you've gone down and what items you've acquired, etc. Welcome badges. And in that way you can use it from the phone to the computer if you need to or whatever. By typing in the letters. But we're going to be doing it fresh. So I think there is occasionally music So I think if I click on this, we'll hear a little bit of music. We'll pause it. But I'm not sure if there's a lot of music or not. Well, Sloth, thank you for the 10 gifted. You are awesome as always. The best way to start the stream. Thank you so much. Alright, well, let's get started, shall we? You have walked the wilds of Kakubad, through Kare and the spiteful Bucklands, all the way into Mumpang. You have survived traps, thieves, serpents, and vengeful gods, and now it is here, the crown of kings. So obviously we're in kind of a dream, I think. It is said that the crown was never forged, only found, by Chalana the Reformer, a lowly foot soldier who became emperor of the eastern world. Such is the power of the crown. The air around it crackles with influence. Wait. The crown sits unguarded on a pedestal of light. After so many hardships, can it really be so simple? Or is this yet another deception? Sure enough, as soon as you think it, the image of the crown begins to flicker. You turn about and see something approaching. It's a trap. And startle yourself awake. You are alone, exhausted, in the little hut in the outpost settlement. Your unimaginable journey is not even a single step begun. Part 1. The Shamutanti Hills. Alright, so. Looks like being in this corner is going to be fine. So we have our stats in the top left. Let's play some more music. We have, oh, hey there, Visible. Welcome, welcome. We've got 20 stamina, 0 gold, 0 rations. And then our current deity is the Panther. It is sunrise. You dress, breakfast on bread and goat's milk, and collect the pack and sword from beside your bed. Then we can test the blade, pray for luck, or leave the hut. So we're not able to click on our thing yet, but you're only able to pray every once in a while. Let's test the blade. You pause to test the blade against your thumb. The blacksmith has done well. The edge is keen and draws a narrow line of blood. Outside the hut, you hear the outpost settlement stirring to life. Needs to pray for luck. Taking a moment more, you close your eyes and raise a prayer to your spirit guide. This morning, it has the form of a panther. But what will it become once your journey truly begins? A great calm descends on you. Time then to depart. You lift back the flap of the hut and step into the early morning sunrise. So then, the way it works is you like draw a line to where you're going. Doesn't even matter if you do something crazy. Makes no difference. Eyes follow you as you leave the hut and walk toward the great Shamutanti wall. The frontiers people of this tiny settlement are well aware of your mission. Greet them. You turn to them and bow. Some smile in reply, but are too afraid to approach. Others make gestures of protection. You are going beyond the wall, so they believe you to be cursed. A man is waiting on the path to the Chentopani Gate, the final doorway between Anal Land, that's gonna be hilarious, Anal Land and the wilds of Kakabad. You recognize the sergeant of the Sight Master Warriors. He holds out his hand. Greetings, Sergeant. He touches his forehead with 2 fingers. You are almost ready, my lady. I have for you a gift from the king. 24 gold pieces. It is all we can spare this time. Okay, we will take it. You accept the gift graciously. Thank you. You should buy some supplies before you pass the wall, the sergeant says. And you must collect your spellbook if you wish magic to aid you. Finally, should you wish to practice your swordplay, I will go one last round with you. And he points with the staff toward the training ground. Small traders in the settlement supply the Sightmaster warriors with weapons, armor, food, and clothing. You go over to the sergeant to a stall selling flatbreads and cheese. 2 gold pieces per ration, the owner says. Ooh, can we haggle? Do you know who I am? I am Andolin's new great hope. You tell him the man looks uncomfortable. I know that, but I have to feed my family today, whatever happens to the crown. Okay, we want a lot, I think, of rations. If I do 4, that's 8 gold. Right? So let's do that. I'll take 4. 4 rations is 8 gold pieces, the man says, holding out his hand. You hand over your coins, and the man places 4 rations carefully into your pack. You must be sure to eat every day, or you will suffer, the sergeant tells you, standing at your side. Eating more will give you extra strength, but it's not necessary. One of the huts, set slightly back from the others, is decorated with glyphs and strange symbols. A terrible smell emanates from its doorway. This is the hut of the chief mage. He has been preparing your spellbook for days, reading star charts to work out which spells will be available to you in the different regions in the hills and beyond. You lift the flap and go inside. The mage looks up at you with haggard, sleepless eyes and presses the book into your hand. Do you understand how to use this? He asks. I actually do. I understand because I've played this before. But basically, look, our god has already changed. We're an antelope. Antelope spirit. Anyway, the way it works is that when you do different events and different battles and stuff, you can use spells, but it depends on what's available at that moment. And then you basically choose different symbols to put together to do the spell. And some spells have items that they require. Some of the items are reusable, some are, consumed. Yes, the mage nods. Good. He scratches absently at his ear. Remember, some spells will cost you effort to use. That's right, they could cost stamina too. But the ones that don't will not work without a focus, an item of some kind. You will need to read the book to know what. So now we can access our spell book. This volume contains the 48 science music though. It's a sad piece, but it's one of my favorites. Anyway, sorry. The 48 spells of the High Craft, as discovered and passed down from generation to generation of sorcerers. From the earliest days of the Eastern world, each spell is formed of 3 letters, and each spell will take energy to cast. Furthermore, some spells will fail without the use of a particular item or focus. 6 most useful spells. If you learn only 6 spells for your adventure, learn these. Sorry, this music, it just makes me want to cry. This one is called Fantasia on a Theme. So yeah, we have Zap. We can create lightning bolts. FOF creates a field of force field. Law enables non-intelligent creatures to be controlled. Dumb makes creatures extremely clumsy. Hot, create a fireball. A wall, an invisible wall. All these spells are extremely tiring and will cost you 3 points of stamina. More economical versions exist, though some rely on the caster owning particular items of power. You can see each of these have their own description and artwork with them. The best spells in this are not stuff like Fireball, though. They're more like weird optional spells. Because you have to think big with this game. Speaking of big, as it's on the screen. You have to think, you know, out of the box. Like this one could be good, but it requires beeswax. And the beeswax is probably used up at the same time as well. Sus. This is a spell we'll be using a bunch. To suss out of this danger. So we're going to try to obtain these special items as we go through. Oop, dab hit. Alright. Let me just click through these a few more, just so you guys can have a look at the interesting stuff around. Ooh, skull cap. You can read people's minds. Nose plugs. This one I remember being really cool. I only remember using it one time, but I created like a mirror of another creature, and they fought each other to the death. Huff. Okay, that's what we're about to do. Huffing some some cannabis. Nap. Oh, we could put people to sleep if we had a brass pendulum. Gray ring, go invisible. Then we can float around. Green-haired wig lets us understand other languages. There's a lot of cool abilities here, right? Resurrection, even. And then we have this, Zed. This is the most formidable spell in lore, but no one knows why. In all recorded history, this spell has only been cast once by a powerful necromancer from Throbin, who was never seen again. Its effects are unknown. The necromancer's notes were found, but were crazed and unclear. Treat with extreme caution. Alright, let's get that down pit going, shall we? But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting game. Hey there, Alex. You just missed a little bit of our opening of this game, but you haven't missed much. We're still at the very, very beginning. Just taking a dab hit, though. Okay, let's do the training. You walk with the sergeant to the training ground, and he wraps. Excuse me. And he wraps the base of his staff in leather. Here, just need a moment to pour my drink. We're drinking some delicious mega juice today. Yep, I'm all good. I just didn't have my chaser ready. Ooh, watermelon. I love watermelon. Okay. Let's get started. So, to begin, the sergeant says, we'll practice the stances. First, defend yourself against me. So, the way it works is you choose your, attack power. Well, he chooses his. So, we can actually ignore him. I've never tried that, but basically, if you think they're gonna do a powerful attack and maybe even more powerful than what you could challenge, then you want to defend and you save up your power. Otherwise, if you can do more power than them, then you'll overpower them. So we will defend. And he defends. Okay, good. The Sight Master is a powerful enemy. By defending, you will receive the minimum damage from any attack you mix. The Sight Master defends himself as well. The round is a stalemate. My next attack will be one of my strongest, he declares. If you can perform a full attack, you may overpower me, but otherwise, you had best defend yourself. Now we could go full, though we'd have to recharge the next turn, but he might be going pretty full, so let's just go all the way. And he did, he went 8.9. So by going slightly above him, he takes maximum damage, and we just destroyed him, basically. You have finished me, excellent. Oh yeah, let's play our music. Let's see, you ate a fresh picked tomato a little while ago. Fresh tomatoes from Mom's garden. You know, are they normal tomatoes or are they like cherry tomatoes? Because, like, cherry tomatoes are so much tastier, right? So much more flavor. You seem to remember the basics, the sergeant says, breathlessly. Good. Another round? No, we have enough training. You shake your head. Very good, the sergeant agrees. But if you wish to bout in earnest, then I warn you, I will not go easy on you. He indicates the wider yard where there's space for a true match. But no, we're not gonna fight in the yard. We're gonna get the heck out of here. You reach the foot of the mighty gate. It is sealed. The sergeant places one hand on the wood. The gate has been locked for some time to deter raiders, he tells you, but you will have no difficulty. The stars in this place allow the dop spell to be crafted. And he stands back. Let's see, she's growing both actually. The cherry ones haven't ripened yet though. Alex says they weren't cherry, but I don't know what exactly the species of tomato they were, but they tasted great. Like tomato, not water. Yeah, so I guess the standard tomatoes people are used to are considered like beef tomatoes or something. But there are so many varieties. My father got really into making, growing interesting tomatoes. He had ones that like were green and yellow, ones that were like dark purple splotched with reds. All sorts of interesting tomatoes. Alright, let's cast our first spell. Okay. So we have various options at whatever location we're at. You can kind of tell based on what's in the background too, what potentials there are. So like, there's an O and a T, so we could probably throw a fireball. But that would be messed up, and we don't want to do that. Looks like we could also do a lightning bolt, zap. But what we really want is dop. You weave the spell. One by one, the great tumblers of the door begin to creak and groan. Then the hinges turn, with a noise like hail on a canvas roof. These gates have not opened since our last champion was lost, the sergeant says. I wish you more luck than he. Perhaps you will even meet him on your travels. I fear he is dead. I'm sure he is dead. The setmaster nods, peering at something on the horizon. I believe he is returning, but transformed. I hope you do not meet the same fate. He stands back from you. Let's see. Pretty interesting way to cast spells, yeah, absolutely. Haven't heard of the purple tomatoes, but you can easily find them if you Google them. It's incredible. Alex says that bought her tomatoes or Pomtatoes. That's tomatoes on top of potatoes. Below ground on one plant. Wow. And not genetically made, but merged, or however you say it. I think they say it, what do they call it? It's not a crossbreed. It's a, I know what you're talking about. It's a graft. It's a graft. So they grafted tomatoes on top of a potato plant. So interesting, yeah. No, not genetically engineered. So if you genetically engineered it, then it would grow exactly that way. But instead, you can, similar to like what you might consider surgery or something, you can surgically connect like certain plants to other plants. And that's called grafting. And then that way you can have a weird plant that produces two different things. Yep. Together you step into the shadow of the wall. One last word, he declares. When you have the crown, find the highest point you can. We will be watching. Watching from where? From here. The Sight Master's warriors are selected from birth for their incredible powers of telescopic vision. You cannot help but wonder how far he can see. Tell me what lies ahead. This path leads to Kantopani, a settlement of traders. Though most are rogues and thieves, you should be there before the sun has reached its peak. From there, 3 routes lead on to Cristanti, but no single route is safe. Kakabad is a land of devils. And beyond Kare? I cannot see so far, he says, but once you cross the city port of Traps, you will enter the Bucklands. They say that day and night there are controlled by forces other than the sun. And from Kare, too, your progress will be watched. It is time to go. Striding away, you pass through the gate. The faces of the folk watching your departure reveal the hopes that rest on you and your quest. The early morning air is crisp, and the rising sun paints the slopes in shades of peaceful beauty, concealing the evil that lies ahead. So basically, in this world, which again is broken up into 4 pieces, this is just the beginning first piece, or make it the Kare, and then Kare is basically the second piece. Anyway, in this world, some evil person, basically, took over the crown, and the crown gives them, powers of certain mind control or something. I think it was something like that, and so you don't want it to be in the hands of somebody evil. And then it was supposed to be, some sort of, agreement where the crown is shared between several different nations. But this current ruler just got really evil and just took it over. And so our mission is to make it all the way to wherever that ruler is and get the crown back. Which is pretty extreme. Into Kakabad. Man, look, our deity keeps changing. We're supposed to really click on this, but I guess not right at this moment. The path winds through slopes of wild scrubland. The countryside is deserted, and the eerie silence is broken only by the cawing of the occasional crow. There is a spell for hearing what they say, but you do not have the equipment it requires. The birds appear to pause in the air to examine you as they pass. They make you uneasy, as if you were an intruder in their presence. Okay, our stamina just got halved. Barely an hour beyond the wall, and the air begins to grow foul. The Shamutanti Hills are infested with the pestilence of the Bachlands. It saps the energy from your body, leaving you feeling nauseous and weak. You cover your mouth with your headscarf, but it does no good. They warned you of this. You will grow accustomed to it the longer you are out here. But for the moment, you must be very careful. Okay, so I think we want to go straight ahead, but we could go to the side. It's funny to call it deity of the day, by the way. That's hilarious. But yeah, that's sort of what happens. But it's based on the options you choose. Alright, another hour passes and you crest a small hillock, from the top of which you can see the path continuing downwards into a small settlement of huts. This must be Kantopani. Look at the village. From this distance, it's hard to make out much about the town, except that it must be desperately poor. The fields on either side are brown and caked with mud, and the few penned animals are thin and wizened with like thirsty vines. No wonder the Sightmaster warriors don't trouble themselves to protect this place. There's nothing here to protect. So he can't go around the village, but let's just go into the village. Of course, if you cannot handle a town like Kantopani, then you could not hope to survive in Kakabad proper. You follow the path down into town. The round huts are made of a hard-baked bright clay, and the roofs are thinly thatched. As you pass, eyes appear in the dark doorways, tracking your every move. For a moment you think they will allow you to pass unchallenged, but then a villager appears from one of the dwellings and blocks your path. Look at him. He is 5 feet tall. They cannot grow much taller out here in this poisonous air. He has thick-set arms and thighs, and a half-clothed and tattered breeches. His eyes are wild, and his long red hair and beard stand out from his face in a wiry tangle. Halt, stranger, he commands. What business have you in Kantopani? I want to buy equipment. He grunts, but you can see that he is pleased. With emotion, he encourages you to follow, taking you down the village to a large hut. Inside, you find the building is a storage house. A quartermaster, somewhat plumper than your guide, is seated at a table. Stride over to him. You stride across the room and put out your hand for the fat man to shake. I'm here to trade, you declare. You are a merchant? I hear this village has excellent wares. The man looks startled, but gets quickly to his feet. Please, sit, I'll show you what little I have. Be quick about it, you insist. I cannot linger here long. Of course, my lady, he replies, bowing low. The man wags a finger. Wait here. He disappears for a moment into a side room. Ooh, search the room. While the man is out of sight, you quickly rifle through nearby shelves and find nothing except for a small vial of potion. Do we steal it? This game has a mechanic where you can go back and redo things if you need to. And hey there, Zastarugi. Welcome. Sloth says, not gonna lie, it was kind of sus at this guy for a moment, but seems like a pretty nice fellow. Yeah, the game will try to, slip us up and whatnot, but you never know what other paths could lead to. Take it. You pick up the vial. It is quite full and stoppered by an old cork. but there's no label to indicate what it might be. I don't want to waste time smelling. I'm just gonna put it right in the bag. You slip it into your bag. The merchant returns carrying a large box. For you, he declares, moving his hand as he speaks. You've come to the right place. This collection, the very best, our most strange and interesting artifacts, collected from other travelers who have come this way. He begins to lay the items out in front of you, treating each with great care. You have 16 gold pieces to spend, but is there anything here you want to buy? Musical pipe? You pick up a bamboo pipe off the table, carved with a split reed and 6 finger holes. 3 gold pieces, the merchant says. I can't promise you it has any magic, but it may well cheer you up at night. You place your pipe to the pipe to the lips and blow a few clear, sweet notes. The merchant nods. It's a well-made thing, don't you agree? So I think we want the pipe because if we look at the spell book, we can use a spell this way. J, see bamboo flute. So yeah, we will take the pipe. For 3 gold, buy the pipe. You hand him 3 gold pieces and he thanks you with a nod. You place the pipe into your bag. Please, the merchant says. Something else today? A weapon? The merchant looks at you carefully, sizing up what kind of customer you are. The kind of, to place a newly bought dagger against his neck? Or the kind to tip him for the quality of the blade. But however fearsome your aspect, his love of gold overcomes all other concerns. Heading quickly to the other side of the shop, you returns with a weighty broadsword and an axe. These are both treasures, as well as deadly weapons of war. I'm sure you will agree. Look at the broadsword. You lift the broadsword. It has a ready weight and a cutting edge, and the cutting edge is sharp. And has clearly been honed by a master craftsman. An exquisite blade, don't you think? The merchant grins. Only 8 gold pieces. Too much. Very good, the merchant says, patting his money pouch. You are a woman of good judgment, I see. What about the axe? You lift the axe from the table. Its head is carved with symbols in a familiar language, but the quality of the shaft and the head indicate that the axe is well used and may not last many more battles. 7 gold pieces, declares the merchant. I'll return it to him. This is scrap metal, nothing more. Please, the merchant waves his hand. Keep looking, take your time. A leather bag? You lift the bag from the table, and its contents rattle. Teeth, the merchant replies, showing his own a little. Finest creature teeth. Only 3 gold pieces, too. Look inside the bag. You open the bag, but the merchant catches your hand. No, he says simply. I cannot afford to have you palm me one of them while I'm not looking, can I? Are you trying to trick me? Only a sorcerer would buy teeth, the merchant replies. And tricking a sorcerer is a fool's game. So no, I'm not trying to trick you. Now, will you buy the bag or not? How much did he want for the bag? 3 gold pieces as well. Alright, Nexus, I'm sorry that you can't stay. I highly recommend Advil liquid gels. That's what I take whenever I have a headache. The liquid gels, they are very fast acting. So, anyway, I hope you feel better. Okay, do we buy the teeth? We can afford 3 gold. You hand over 3 gold coins and snatch the bag of teeth. The merchant nods, then begins to pack his box away once more. I must save something for my next customer, he replies with a smile. But perhaps you will return this way and it will be you. You get to your feet and take your leave of the merchant. Just outside the doorway is the sunshine. You pause to examine what you've acquired. Look in the bag of teeth. You open the drawstring bag and sift through the contents. It is quite an assortment. There are 3 teeth from an ape, 4 from a goblin, 2 from a statocat, and a large molar from a giant that is the size of a ripe plum. Smell the potion. You open the stopper of the potion and take a cautious sniff. Phew, the pungent odor of blimberry juice hits your nostrils. Blimberry is a strange fruit, ordinarily never eaten by humans or animals due to its terrible smell, but well known for its medicinal properties. It can be used in place of food or rest. It can be applied to treat injuries. It can even be used in sorcery. There's enough in the bottle for a single dose. Okay, move on out of the village. You head out of Kantopani and along the path into the Shamutanti Hills. Yeah, you guys enjoying the story? Passing the outlying huts, you feel strangely uneasy. Hissings from within and sly faces disappear from doorways, make you feel decidedly unwelcome. Then at the edge of town, you pass a large boulder, and at once 2 rough-cut villagers spring out with swords drawn. Bandits. 2 against 1, the first declares. You're lost, calls the other, so hand over your things. Come on. Just imagining the whole thing in my head as you narrate. Exactly. And yeah, I'm glad that you're enjoying it, Alex. I hope that the ASMR is to your taste. So, we could reason with them, we could attack them, we could just hand over our items, but at any time you can go to your spell book, I believe, to cast something, can't we? Or maybe we need to have the opportunity here. So let's deal with the curse. We're gonna cast a spell. If we can, we'll see what's available. You draw yourself to your full height. You must have mistaken me for somebody else, you declare. You will suffer for that mistake. The bandits growl and advance on you, 1 on either hand. Okay, this is gonna be perfect. So, we're gonna do jig with that new flute that we just got. Acquires the bamboo flute. Has lively dancing. You pull out the bamboo flute from your bag, raise the spell, and begin to play a merry tune. The angry faces of the bandits turn to expressions of astonishment as they find their limbs jerking in time to the music, quite out of control. Their swords fly from their hands, and soon they're dancing merrily around you. Ooh. We can lead them to the village, or we can put them in the ground. A pit. How evil are we gonna be? That's a trick question, chat. Lead them to the nearest pit in the ground. The foothills around you are full of sudden drops, edges, and deep pits in the earth. Piping loudly, you lead the 2 bandits to the nearest gap in the ground you can find. Their expressions already turning sour from exhaustion, move to looks of horror as they find themselves jumping and jigging on the edge of the pit. That's funny, hilarious. Then, I love Conan, he's hilarious. Then, with a final leap and clap, they disappear over the side. You put your murderous flute away and continue on your journey toward the hills. After half an hour later, you reach the start of the climb into the hills proper and continue upwards. Leaving Kuntapani behind marks the true start of the wilderness. Beyond that tiny outpost, there are scattered homesteads and Kare, a thriving city port, but all are touched by cruelty, isolation, and fear. Fear, the apocalypse, and the long shadow that is cast by the Mapang fortress darken everything. And with the crown gone, and with the crown stolen, things can only grow worse. In the long years since Kalana the Reformer founded the Alliance, the crown has been passed from kingdom to kingdom every 4 years, ensuring each one has its turn to leave, but no more. Ruddlestone, Ledoland, Galantaria, and Bryce have all enjoyed its powers, but not Anoland. But when the crown came to Anoland, it was stolen by birdmen from Zaman and carried off to Mapang. With the crown, the Archmage will be unstoppably powerful. There is no chance of sending an army against him. A military force would not survive the journey. So here you are, a lone adventurer, walking the long path to Mapang alone. 5 minutes later, you reach a fork of the road. The sergeant, for all his eyesight, hadn't mentioned this. Alright, time for a dab hit and a nice little sip of my mango juice. Yes, we fight for Anal Land. Kinda funny. I mean, yeah. Blame Steve Jackson.
Oh my.
Yeah. We're just a little shit from Andoland. Oh god. So it's warming up, but we have a fork in the road to consider. The road splits around the base of a gigantic tree, but does not rejoin on the other side. The left path winds down into a valley, and the right rises up a slope toward the first thick forest of the hills.
And I'm into it.
And cheers everyone, taking my dab hit. Thank you for the pats.
Alrighty then.
So, we can kind of metagame this a little bit. that we can see the whole map. So clearly if we go to the right, we're gonna either go toward these mines, or we're gonna go this way. Which eventually leads us to Cristanti. If we go left, then it's like far more into the wilderness. It's hard to see much further uphill. The forest is sudden and thick and the path narrow. It may be hard going in that direction, but the hills will involve a lot of climbing eventually, and you may get a decent view of the next leg from the top of the ridge. We'll look to the left. You pause to consider the lower route. There is a river there, and the path follows the left bank. It is the safer route, secluded and protected, but the curve of the landscape would mean that you are almost backtracking. You are about to make your choice when you hear a faint cry from somewhere close at hand. Look around. You look around, then finally up into the branches of the tree. A pair of wizened, calloused feet are dangling down over your head, about to drop on you, perhaps? Who's there? The voice cries again, a little more boldly this time. Up here! Help! Help! I can't get down! It is the voice of a feeble, wiry old man. Stepping back a little, you can see him clearly, as thin as sticks, and dressed in dirt rags. What are you hiding from? How the old man got up into the tree is a puzzle. You must have been escaping someone fearsome to climb so high. What are you hiding from, you cry. Damned elvins, he replies. I were traveling from Dumfus to the outpost settlement in Aneland, but I were waylaid by elvins, robbed me blind, but all took my eyes, and left me up here in the tree. I kept getting older, you see. We all do, but some worse than others. Climbed up, and now I'm too old to get down. So if we look at the artwork, it looks like there's a thing here. And I believe there's a beehive that we might be able to access if we want to. What do you mean by GB? Let's help him out of the tree. Swinging yourself onto the lowest branch of the tree, you reach up and grab the old man by the waist. He is as light as a leaf, and within a moment you have lifted him to the ground. Thanks for at, he remarks, brushing himself down and almost knocking himself over in the process. I was just starting to get a bit, perturbed, but I'm on the safe now. He seems remarkably confident, considering that the slightest stumble might break him into bits. What do I get in return? The old man nods. Only fair. He presses a page into your hand. It is a page torn from a spellbook. This might be of some use to you. I found this, just found it in mine, and don't go asking how, but it's no good to me anymore. Look at the page. That seems to be half the spell, CA, that might have been used for pest repulsion, but it is unworkable in its current state. Keep it. You take the page and put it into your pack. The man falls quiet and squats down on the ground. With his jabbering done, you hear a buzzing sound from high up in the tree. A beehive. Leaving the old man sighing with gratitude on the ground, you climb up through the branches of the tall tree. Sounded like England. Edeland. England. I can get that. Interesting. Oh yeah, so it was supposed to be the British flag? Yeah, for whatever reason, it didn't come across as a British flag to me. It was just the letters. That's weird. So, the beehive hangs like a ripe fruit from the very highest branch. A large number of bees dance in and out in a swarm. Let's see if there's a spell maybe we can cast. You get your balance enough to free your hands for a spell. What options do we have? We have Dop, which unlocks doors, it's useless. Cause slowness. We can maybe cause the bees to become really slow. What else we got? Law? That lets us control the bees. Big. That can make us grow in size. So we can become giant and then maybe the bees won't affect us that time, or that way. Then, but we don't have a jewel-studded medallion. We do a lightning zap. So those are basically all our options. Now, Law sounds like better. That requires 3 stamina. So I'm thinking, let's try to do Big and hope that Big will allow us to get it because it only has 1 stamina cost. So let's become Big. You cast the spell. It's swelling quickly to 3 times your normal size. The bees swarm angrily around you, but you can barely feel their stings as you reach into the tree and pluck the hive like an apple. Cracking it open, you extract a rich honeycomb and a lump of beeswax, which you roll up into a ball. Goodness me, the old man remarks. Wish I'd had you around when them elvins were after me. That would have shown him. The spell fades and you shrink back to your normal size and drop to the ground. You stash your finds in your pack. The light is fading. It's time to move on. Oh, the man cries suddenly. You want to hear me riddle? I heard it from the elvins. Let's hear him out. Make it quick, you say. See him, though he sees you not. A stinged beast in a box not left. A guard, a key. It is his lot. To jail a witch of luck bereft. It's nonsense, clearly. You nod once and turn your attention toward the path ahead. Seems like nonsense to me. Hey there, Nargo. Yeah, well, that's a good one, so. But yeah, drive safe. And we'll be happy to have you in the stream. Alright. Alright. So I think we're gonna go this side. But anytime we can also check our items. So we got the teas. Two quantities of beeswax. Four meals and a honeycomb. So the honeycomb is an extra ration, a sturdy sword, and 2 gold pieces. Okay. Let's go to the right. The high road seems the most secure. In a valley, you can be easily observed from above and led astray. But out in the hills, you can go whichever way you choose. Of course, when night falls, it may be cold and exposed up on the slopes. But no matter, this journey was never destined to be easy. You begin the climb, letting the old man's jabbering fade quickly away. The path winds upward into the hills and into the cover of the wood. The afternoon sun glints through the trees and plays tricks on your eyes. Every so often, you catch a glimpse of some strange, shaped animal or other watching you, only to find that it is the silhouette of branches and leaf, caught at an odd angle. After an hour's walk, you are starting to feel hungry. Well, we have to eat once per day, so we'll stop and eat. You clamber to the top of a low stone dolmen, then sit and pull out the sugary honeycomb and eat, while admiring the view down the hillside to a break in the trees. You feel better for your rest. Time to move on. You stand and put on your pack, on which you had been sitting to prevent any creatures getting in or any of your things falling out. Then you return to the path. The climb continues with the path twisting this way and that. The air grows cold and the sun flickers on the horizon, then sets, making it hard to see your way. But the moon is full, and when twilight is done, it will be bright once more. I guess let's keep walking. You are young and strong. There will be plenty of nights later in your journey where you can catch up on sleep in a real bed. Reasoning that to sleep on hard earth would be almost as tiring as to walk. You walk. You will suffer for it physically, of course. And we didn't heal the 2 extra stamina we just got back. The stars come out one by one above you, writing out the names of the spirits, including your own, the jackal. You continue on your weary way. As you walk, you think of the crown. It calls you onwards already, even though you have never seen it. It is as if it knows your name and is waiting for you, deep in the fortress of Mapang. But does it summon you to rescue it and restore the balance of power to the Fimfree Alliance? Or does it summon you to your death and destruction to place a seal on the power of the Archmage? I don't know why the text is getting kind of weird. It sounds like fine up here, but it's weird down there. I feel like it's a bug. Oh well. We'll just have to work around it. The second day of your journey begins. In the morning cool, you feel the presence of your spirit, the jackal, close nearby. Its form has changed since you left Anal End, just as you have changed, but it is still pacing beside you. In the temple, they taught you that a prayer to your spirit could heal disease, lift curses, even save you from certain death. But the spirits are not generous and decline to help often. Okay, so now we can click on them. So each of the spirit animals has their own description. Oh god. The jackal, what did I say, by the way? And unfortunately, that's usually a little bit delayed, so it's hard to get it right on. But, yeah, I'm curious what I said. The jackal is a cruel and clever beast who takes no risks and makes no mistakes and will travel great distances to secure his chosen prize. A jackal is a powerful friend, but the most dangerous of all enemies. The second day of your journey begins. Oh yeah, we read that. But yeah, the timing is difficult. Sloth says I've noticed it's faster when sending them over phone than in browser. Interesting. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't have as nice of a setup as Nemmer currently, so we kind of like rely on Tangia to do all the fancy event stuff for us. But there's a good selection. Okay, let's walk on. You can feel yourself getting accustomed to the fetid air of these hills. You have now ascended several hundred feet and can expect to make excellent progress before the end of the day. As you crest the brow of a hill, you see something that makes you stop in your tracks. And to your left is a clearing, and in the clearing are several poles planted firmly in the ground, and atop each pole is her head. Uh-oh. Yeah, I actually went through and curated that particular list, because there's a lot of things I didn't want, so all of those have been manually added. Alright, let's look at the heads. The heads are of all kinds and ages. Some are recently fixed, while others have decayed, and some are nothing but skulls and hair. There are human heads, goblin heads, and one or two heads of creatures you do not recognize. All have sewn up eyes and mouths. A large X painted on a rock nearby is obviously intended as a warning not to venture any further. But ahead, the road forks left and right. You cannot be sure which path you are warned not to take. The right-hand path continues to climb, and the left-hand path winds down the side of the hill. So they're probably telling us not to come to the mines. But I'm tempted to ignore that and go there anyway. We go where we want, chat. Sloth says, "Welcome to my hell, Alex. I often find myself scrambling to find the best interaction for a moment. Easier to use the search bar at the top." And then Alex says, and then you forget what was what and where to find it.
This just says I can do what I want.
I love this one. So yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the mine because we do what we want, chat. And Sloth also says that's why I have some favorited. That's a good idea. Favoriting them is a really good idea. All right, let's do a crazy zigzag. This has no effect on anything, by the way. It's just hilarious. The climb continues up the next hill for several hours until you're not far from the top. Then, the faint sound of bustling activity reaches you. Trampling feet, grunting voices, and the clanking of metal against rock. There's something ahead, hidden by the ancient trees that line these slopes. You leave the path and continue through the woods. A short distance onwards, you hide behind a tree and survey a clearing. A number of goblins are in the clearing, working at the mouth of an open cave. They trudge in and out of the opening, carrying large bowls in their arms, piled up with glistening rocks and dull metallic nuggets. Treasure? Watch them work. You stay hidden, getting a sense of the scale of the operation. There are at least 30 goblins inside the cave, each coming out every few minutes or so with a new pail of stones. There are other goblins working in the clearing with hammers, smashing rocks into smaller pieces, extracting metals from inside, loading them into carts, and finally pushing carts away down a wide track between trees. It is quite some operation, but not without its
Pump
weaknesses.
those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Rookie goblin numbers. There are too many goblins to create any kind of distraction, but they move away from the trees fairly often, and sometimes the cave is left unguarded. I feel like slipping inside the cave is pretty dangerous. Maybe we could just steal from the bowls? Oh crap. You wait for the right moment and then leap out from behind a tree to snatch a little of the glistening rock from the nearest bowl. It's hard to pick out good metal from bad so fast, but you manage to lift a couple of pieces worth of gold. But your actions have not gone unnoticed. You're quickly surrounded by 3 goblins, all armed with picks and ready to use them. Let's see if there's any interesting spells, otherwise we might just fight them. There's a random H. I don't think we want to waste that. We don't have green-haired wig. Boop. Aw, thank you for the boop. So that's really it. So I think we're just gonna fight them then. Unless we want to zap them. That's probably when I'm gonna attack one of them. Alright, we're gonna fight. So we can clearly overpower them because their bar is much less high than ours. They might defend at first though. They didn't, so they took some damage. If we do it again... Nice. Oh, we get descriptions too. You fix the first goblin with an icy stare and draw your sword before rushing in for a full-on assault. The goblin hisses and goes for your throat with its pick. You catch it against a glancing blow. It bares its teeth and hisses. You don't give the critter a moment to react. You bring your sword up and slash for its neck. The goblin's body crashes into the dust. The other goblins growl angrily, jabbering in their foul half language. The second goblin is now almost on you. I assume it's the same styles. Yeah. I'm losing N. Interesting, it's random end, but nothing goes with it. Ooh, he defended. The second goblin growls and gnashes its teeth, then throws away its pick and snatches up a shovel. This one you realize is vicious, and an idiot to boot. You strike for its head. The goblin raises his shovel and hides underneath the blade. With both claws gripped, he pulls back the shovel, ready to slam it forward. I'm gonna hope that we can still overtake him. We don't. Oh, that's painful. Growling like a very small bear, the foul creature charges at you with its shovel raised. The blow connects. Your own stroke left you open. The goblin starts to move the shovel towards you tentatively. Panting, you drop to a crouch. The goblin tries a gentle swipe with his shovel, but catches the side of the barrel and almost falls.
But not for me.
You keep your eyes fixed on he. You lift up the shovel for another mighty blow. This creature should be dispatched quickly. Dodging sideways, you aim to catch the goblin in the ribs. The blow connects, and the creature falls to the dirt, dead. But we lost 4 stamina, quote-unquote shameful. So let's try again. The second goblin. Ooh, he went all out. The second goblin growls and gnashes its teeth, and then throws away its pick and snatches up a shovel. Right. He rattles his shovel menacingly. Wow, we just perfectly beat him on that. This creature should be dispatched quickly. Dodging sideways, yada yada, so let's just go all in now. Oh shit, he defended. Is he gonna have more than 3.5? We might have to retry. Oh no, we got him. That's not bad, decent dueling. So, let's see, you push forward, showing no mercy. Leaping over a cart, you drive your blade straight for his throat. The goblin hides behind his weapon and gibbers. The creature is staggering from its wounds. You push forward, showing no mercy. Dodging sideways, you aim to catch the goblin in the ribs. The blow connects, and the creature falls down to the dirt, dead. Alright, 1 gem is fine. There is no time before the third goblin is on you. Would also defended. Now this third goblin is bigger than the others. And furious at the death of his comrades, he paces forward menacingly. You try a strong stroke, and the goblin jumps quickly back. His arms link, or from arms length, he hisses and glowers.
See if it works. Oh yes, it goes in beautifully.
You're gonna try again. Ooh, we got him. You strike again fast and efficiently. The goblin comes at you screaming. You take advantage of his carelessness. The goblin is panting heavily and bleeding. He flexes his wrists. You harry the creature back against the rock wall of the clearing, leaping around a pile of stones with lightning speed. It is the final blow. The goblin drops to the dust, and the clearing falls quiet. Dab it, very well. But we gotta search the bodies, even though it's dangerous. Oh, we could take their teeth? 8 goblin teeth. Okay, let's warm this up.
Nice.
So far, we're becoming more like a dentist than an adventurer. You quickly rifle the bodies. There are 2 gold pieces, a pathetically small sum to be killing for. There are also 8 goblin teeth laying around on the grass. Useful for spells? Working quickly, you gather up the teeth and add them to your bag you bought from Kuntapani. That done, it's time to move on. There will be other goblins here soon enough. You've been lucky that none have emerged from the woods while you were dispatching these. Quickly, you hurry back into the trees, leaving the mine behind you, and continue along a path with tall trees either side. Alright, cheers everyone. Oh yeah, we're the Teeth Fairy, that's a good one. Alright, thank you for that. We are definitely stoned at this point. Some nice delicious mango juice. You follow a path that leads sharply downhill into a narrow valley in which a stream runs. There's no path along the bank, but there is a bridge. Inspect the ropes and planks. You test the ropes. They seem to be firm. If this is a trap, it's not one that will dump you into the stream, but you could always struggle through the vegetation on the bank and try to find a fording point. Let's use the bridge. Moving slowly, and with one hand on your sword hilt, expecting the boards to give way at any moment, you inch across. The bridge holds and you reach the other bank quite safely. And now, have a long walk ahead of you, along the ridge and through a light covering of trees. Okay. So funny how you can just draw any path you want. Dabulated for the win, yep. Thank you, Sloth, you dabulated me for sure. The path climbs again up a low hill, covered over with thick bushes and shrubs that snag at your clothing. Halfway up, you hear a sound. Twigs breaking. Freeze. You freeze as a large creature the size of a bear emerges directly in front of you. It has black and white fur, a long bushy tail that trails up behind. It growls menacingly. Can we get around it? You little Gandalf. What's edge to the right? You try to slip toward the bushes, but clearly something about you or what you carry attracts the beast's attention as it sniffs the air and moves towards you, its sharp teeth on display. You will not be able to avoid a confrontation. This creature is a skunk bear, and when it raises its tail, it releases an nauseating odor. The smell that hangs around it is horrible. So I think he wants our Disneyland pictures and yeah. Alright, anyway. Let's see, can we cast a spell on it?
Kill him now.
Okay, with nothing to deal with it. We can do a law, which gives us control over it. We can do sap, cause depression. We can make 6 clones or multiple clones of ourselves. Or we could just kill it. I think normally I would probably try to do a spell. Maybe make it depressed and maybe it won't fight us. But since Sloth dared to do the Palpatine kill him now, we're gonna try to fight it. You draw your sword. You might have to try a couple times. I don't know if it's gonna defend it first or not. Ooh, it didn't. Nice. The creature has 2 main weapons, its long claws and its terrible smell. Killing it quickly will be your best chance of avoiding losing your last meal. You swing your sword in a mighty arc. At the last moment the skunk bear charges. You drop and chop for its legs, cutting them out from underneath its body. The skunk bear emits... That's hilarious. The skunk bear emits a terrible odor. The smell of fear, perhaps. It beats the air with its furry tail. Yeah, I think we just go all in then. Yep. Standing firm, you swing a mighty blow at the skunk bear. Then your sword finds a soft place in the skunk bear's body. The beast roars and tumbles to the ground, quite dead. With the creature defeated, you wipe your sword clean and leave the place behind. The path leads down through another valley and back up to another hill. 2 hours pass. The sun is just now past its zenith, and everywhere a dusty heat rises from the baked earth. You begin to think about where you will stay for the night. Another night of walking will leave you exhausted, but then you see a small village set into the hill. Let's see. You found one that fit, so no picking up cat teeth. Actually, we have some special cat teeth, don't we? I think we have Snana cat teeth. Smoke rises from the stacks. The houses are well set with the stone at their bases and thatched roofs of grasses and thick leaves. There is, unusually, more than just the one street running through the center of town, but it is as though this place, once rich, has had its heart scooped away. Litter surrounds the buildings, and on the edge of the village are rows and rows of empty, abandoned houses. You continue your slow trudge along the path. You walk into the village. Young hill dwellers pass you and stare at your strange clothes. You keep your hand on your sword hilt to give you a reply. Look at the people. Their own attire is rough by comparison to your gear. They wear their hair long, but piled up on their heads. These people are ghastly poor. The village is like a ghost town. Here, on the next edge of the Bucklands. I guess we'll go to the alehouse? Talk in an alehouse. Walking down the single road, you quickly find a hut with its front covering pulled wide open and the smell of brewed beer coming from inside. You go in. Several hill dwellers are here, talking gruffly. When you enter, they watch you with understandable caution. The owner of the hut comes over to you. "Welcome to Kirstanti," he declares. What do you want? Reek the owner. Give me whatever you have, you reply. Ale is 1 gold piece, he answers. Please sit. You go over to the table where the hill dwellers are. Share with the oldest man. You turn your attention to the oldest man at the table. Whatever face he once had is lost in a labyrinth of wrinkles, and it is the color of tied hand from a lifetime in the beating sun. What are you looking at? The old man's face curls up like burnt paper into a kind of smile. Don't get too many travelers around here, especially not ones that look like you. Where are you from? In some ways our mission is secret. There could be spies anywhere, maybe. I come from Anal Land. Oops, I hit the wrong one. I said it doesn't matter. You telling me doesn't. He agrees. Your accent is Analand, and only an Analand wench would be so crazy as to wander about these hills. Crazy or brave? He clicks his tongue in appreciation. Not many as cross through the Kantapani gate in either direction, if you know what I'm saying. I understand you. He grins and picks his teeth with a fingernail. They say there's a war coming. Something to do with the crown. A crown? The crown of kings, he says. They say it's how a leader leads. Without the crown on your head, no one will follow you. The crown can raise an army from the farmyard or command a population to walk into the sea, he shakes his head. Sounds like a bad idea if you ask me, but if somebody's gotta wear it, I'd rather they were in Analand than Mapang. You sip your beer. The old man glances with the younger man sitting opposite. Ask the old man about the area. Can you tell me something about this region, you ask? Cristanti? Certainly. I'll tell you that around here, we're always glad to help out strangers. Tell me what lies beyond this town. Beyond Cristanti, there are 2 paths, he says. One takes you past past Aliana's Aliana's home. Alright, Alex, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. It was nice to have you. And you will need your wits about you if she's there. The other leads up into the hills and Aliak Key, domain of the Great Ones. Either way you choose, I wish you the luck of Sindla on your journey. Oh look, our thing changed again. We're now the Vixen. The Vixen is a creature of high cunning and low morals. She will lie, cheat, swindle, and side her way out of trouble and into riches. Always taking care to cover her trail. Who is Sindla? God of hopeless causes. The crowd in the inn is starting to thin out. You finish your beer in a single draught and get to your feet. You make to leave the inn. The owner stops you, holding out his hand. Pay him a gold piece. You pay the gold piece. You look out this way and that, trying to decide what to do next when you realize the old man has joined you once more. He ignores you and is gone. There's no evening time to sleep. We'll find an inn. The village is small enough that you find an inn simply by walking around. The woman who runs the place stands in the doorway with her arms folded. Are you from the king? She demands. I'm on a mission for the king. Taxes, she replies quickly. Yes, taxes. The woman narrows her eyes at you. This is a guest house, the best in Cristanti. Only guests stay, and any guest of mine knows it costs me 3 gold pieces to honor a traveler overnight and 2 to feed them. But it's all between friends. I'll take your room. The woman shows you the way upstairs to a room. There are 3 other guests already staying. Well, asleep, so you settle quickly. The bed is not clean, but it is comfortable after the long day, and all its narrow escapes. You are grateful beyond measure for the rest. I don't know if we have to eat a provision. We did drink a beer, but let's save what we have. Ooh, damn, we took a bunch of stamina for that. Your last thoughts are of food. You have not eaten today, but you cannot march forward on an empty stomach, or you will achieve nothing but feeding the wolves. Your dreams are vivid once again. You are walking endlessly, the hills moving up and down under your feet like a rippling sea. Every step exhausts you, but no step moves you forwards. Meanwhile, a tall black creature strides towards you, wreathed in a foul-smelling smoke, and in the distance, a deep voice is booming with laughter. The long, cruel fingers of one hand are curled around the middle frame of the crown, and the other beckons you forward, as if into a trap. Yeah, hold on, let me put on some more music. Let's see, what's a good one? Alright, that'll work. Oh yeah, we wake up. So yeah. So we're done with Cristanti. No, we're gonna have a path here. Either we're gonna go to this ruined place or this place. And then they both arrive at Dumpus. So I'm thinking we try going to the forest. You wake early and sit for a moment, in no great hurry to leave the village. This is now the third day of your journey, and the muscles of your legs are feeling lean and strong from so much walking. You spend a short while enjoying the peace, then unhurriedly collect your possessions and set off along the path. Cristanti is surrounded by several miles of fields, a filthy town set into a bowl of mud. As you follow the path between lines of sun-baked crops, you come to a fork in the road. The right-hand way leads past a set of outbuildings, while the left heads directly off into the deep woodland. Your journey is too important to slow down by talking to locals. You must pass unseen, and so you disappear into the jungle of tall trees. For a short while, the sun is feverish, and then you are between the trees once more, and everything becomes cool and still. You walk for several hours uneventfully. This is land that was never settled or explored, and very few travel this way. In places, bushes and shrubs have grown over the path. Now move cautiously. You pick your way carefully forward, moving slowly but soundly between the trees. If there are any beasts nearby, you should be able to wring their necks without them hearing you approach. Then you come to a fork in the road, still deep in the forest. Let's go to the house. Someone has thought to make a sign, perhaps as a guide or perhaps as a warning. There's the way to the right is marked for Dumpus. The left turn points to Aliana, a name you remember from what the man in Cristanti told you. Neither way seems the better road. You'll have to choose. That's a good question. I mean, we did defeat a skunk bear in like 2 hits, which is pretty powerful. The path winds between trees that get greener and more lush. You must be close to the river here, although you cannot hear the water. After about half an hour's walk through dappled shade, you come across a well-built hut. Flowers decorate its walls, and its door has been painted with ornate designs. The path ends here. You perform a swift circuit around the hut, but find nothing unusual or concerning. It seems to be what it is, a hut secured by a drop in the forest, but also someone to survive out here, our own path, protected. It must be protected by the beasts of the dungeon. It must be someone Death dungeon? Beasts of the jungle. They must be someone quite powerful. You approach the door and knock. There's no reply. Open the door. You push open the door and stride inside. The hut is neatly laid out. You detect the touch of a fastidious woman. Chairs are set around a table, as if for guests. A mattress lies in one corner of the large kitchen area, indicates that whoever lives here, they are fond of cooking. Call out. Hello, is there anybody here? To your surprise, the voice answers quickly. Who's there? Who's that? Locate the speaker. Looking into a corner hidden by a large cupboard, you see a cage in which a young woman is imprisoned. Good stranger, she pleads. Let me out of this cage, I beg you. What happened to you? Move over to the cage. What happened to you? Oh, good stranger, you will. I've been locked here for 2 days. It was Elven did it. Those mischievous, prankful Elvins. Please, you must help me. You're not eaten, and they would leave you here where you would die. If I let you go, what do I get in return? I'm but a poor woman. And I am a poor traveler. Alright, so I'm a poor traveler, you reply graciously. Now tell me, what can you give me for your freedom? The woman looks dreadfully unhappy, but nods. You are on a journey, she says. You will need things to help you. It is dangerous wilderness out there. Tell me, in your heart, are you a fighter or are you an enchantress? I'm a mistress of my magical art. In this wood, she says, I've collected and gathered all sorts of magical artifacts. Release you from the cage and I will give you 2, no 3 items of great power. Open the cage. You're most generous, you reply with a slight bow. I will release you. Going over to the cage, you try the door. It is locked, of course. Use magic. You should be grateful I waste my strength on you, you declare, as you roll up your sleeves. 3 items of magic sounds great. Dop. You cast a spell over the lock, and it begins to shiver. Like a small beetle, it hums and clicks, and the tumblers turn and work, and finally it snaps open and drops to the floor. The woman claps her hands in delight, and a door opens. She rushes out and throws her arms around you, before backing off a pace, and trying to regain her composure. Stranger, she declares, I'm in your debt. Aliana will reward you. I promised you magic. She quickly rushes over to the wall and opens a panel you had not seen before, and takes out a small box, and she places in your hands with a smile. No trick, she says with a smile. All these things will aid you if you know how they are meant to be used. Open the box. You flip open the box. It contains a small vial of glue, a pair of strange-looking nose plugs, and 4 small pebbles. You pocket them and give back the empty box. The lady has been freed. It seems like there's nothing more to keep you here. And from your quest. Ask if we may eat. May I eat my own food here? She nods, and you settle down at the table. One quickly devour a quantity of your cheese and bread. Then finally you stand. Enough of this, you declare. I have a long journey to make. She nods, of course. Please, before you go. She holds out something, a small bag of gold coins. Take it. Ooh, nice. Wait, what? Okay, wait. Okay, we better... Alright, hold on. Let me read this and then I'll smoke. But yeah, welcome back, Nargo. Maybe... Well, hold on. I'll try to fill you in a second. You snatch the bag from her. There are 5 gold pieces inside. And one more thing, she says. You must understand. Aliana does not give gifts to those who are not worthy, and any worthy woman is capable of dying. Suddenly, before your eyes, 2 transformations are taking place. The first is one of the chairs which begins to creak and crack, standing and stretching until it has formed into a violent wood golem, advancing with fibrous claws outstretched. The second is in Aliana's face. Gone is her peaceful calm, and its place is the cackling madness of a witch. So, and again, I have the damn pit in my mind. Don't worry, Sloth. So, real briefly, the recap is that we come from Anal Land, and we are trying to recapture a stolen crown that is moved between different kingdoms every 4 years and gives great powers. And so we've started our journey. We go along this way. And we have a spell book with powerful spells that we can use. Some of them just take stamina, and some of them require items to do them. Like we have a bamboo flute. We made two bandits jump into like a ravine and die. We just got a vial of glue. So yeah. All right. And this is only, so this game, it's hard to tell, but this is actually slightly 3-dimensional map. So you can kind of see the hood, the hills a little bit. Wish we could change the angle. So we have stamina. We started at 20, but because this area is kind of like fetid, it got cut in half, and then we're slowly re-earning back our stamina. We have gold, we have rations. We have to eat a ration every day, otherwise we lose stamina. And we also have a spirit guide or spirit animal, which changes based on the actions that we're taking. Anyway, time for that dab hit. Without further ado, it is time to get high. We can see we can pray for healing, or in certain other circumstances we can pray for help. But the gods are not generous, so often they will not help, or won't help very often. Anyway, cheers. Aw, thank you. And once more we can look at our items briefly. We've got some non-magical teeth. We have a bunch of magical teeth, a giant's tooth, 12 goblin teeth, a bamboo flute. We've got a healing potion, 4 pebbles, which we can use with a spell to cause an explosion, nose plugs, that's magical, a vial of glue, quantities of beeswax, that's for a spell that makes our sword extra sharp, and a weird partial spell page. We got some rations, basic sword, gold piece, and that's pretty much it. That's what we're up to right now. So yeah, what the heck are we gonna do with this? To recast spells, we ooh, I wonder if I could jig it. You whip out the pipe, cast your spell, and begin to play. The golem stops and looks at you strangely. Its shoulders shrug and it shivers. It looks around and then one leg begins to twitch on the floor. Uncontrollably, it takes a little leap forward and back, landing neatly on its toes. The golem is dancing, and beside it, Aliana is dancing too. You keep playing while you back away out the door. You retrace your steps to the last junction, where you turn and take the path to Dumpus. So that was really great. We're able to completely avoid that battle. The path winds a few more times around gigantic trees, thousands of years old, and then emerge into a sudden plain, as if the forest had been scooped away by a gigantic hand. A river trails thinly through short grasses, and by its banks stands a tiny village. Today has been a short day with a few true dangers. With a decent meal and a night's sleep, your next day will start auspiciously. So you begin the gentle climb down into the village. You follow the path down into the village, passing a sign which declares it to be Dumpus. The streets are thin and narrow, and the buildings have been set close together, as if trying to withstand a storm. There is a terrible smell hanging in the air. All in all, it seems an unpleasant place. Tempted to explore the town, see if there's a shop somewhere. Halfway along, ooh, yeah, we found something. Halfway along the track, you come across a couple of merchants' huts. You browse for items worth buying with your 15 gold piece. Your attention is taken by a finely woven skull cap. Ooh, we want that. A finely crafted sword, and a small bag of provisions. You pick up the skull cap and turn it over. Stolen from a priest of Daddy Lule, the merchant declares with pride. A fine piece of work. 4 gold pieces. You can tell from the feel of the cloth it has no inherent magic, but it might be useful in spells. Try it on. You put it on your head, but you feel nothing. You take it off again. So I think we need this for an important spell. this one towel. So we'll pay the 4 gold pieces. Examine the sword. Carefully, you lift the longsword from the table and swing it through the air. It cuts with a finely carved edge. A fine piece of work, I'm sure you agree. The merchant enthused. 6 gold pieces. If it allows us to do extra damage, then maybe it's worth it. You pay him 6 gold pieces and strap the longsword around your waist. That's enough. Although I kind of wanted to buy the supplies as well. Is there anything else I can help you with? Is there any work to be had here? You look like a good worker to me. One of my friends needs some digging doing. I'm sure he would pay you and feed you for it. Digging what? Doesn't matter, you'll find out. So, I'm going that way now myself. You coming? Follow the merchant. He leads you to a house on the edge of the village and introduces you to the householder, a stout man who is probably incapable of lifting a spade, let alone digging with it. What is it you need doing? Cesspit out back needs digging. How much? 3 gold piece. So we're gonna do it, but we're gonna use magic. I'll get started. Spades out back, he replies with a jerk of his thumb. You walk through the man's house into the back garden. The smell is terrible. The job is not just to dig a new cesspit, but to dig over the old one. And it's gonna be several hours work that'll probably take the whole night. Well, we'll see about that. We want to be big. You cast the spell and wait for it to take effect. Then you feel the spade turn from a heavy tool to a mere toothpick in your hand. As you swell to 3 times your usual size, you have the digging work done in barely any time. You go back into the house and collect your money. 3 gold pieces. The grateful householder also provides you with some food, as well as a space on the floor to rest for the remainder of the night. You settle down happily and are quickly asleep. You dream strange dreams as you sleep. Your thoughts are dominated by the strange woman in the hut. In your mind, she's become younger than she truly was. Flowers seem to blossom from her hair, as though she was grown from the earth herself. Overhead, you fancy you hear the flap of giant wings. The birdmen have come for the crown. Perhaps this journey is finished. They will come for you. Oh, that's a nice dream. You rise early, dismiss the attentions of the householder, and head out into the street. Within a few minutes of walking, you are out of Dumpus and back on the road. After another hour or so, the way branches, with one path heading up into the hills and the other turning downhill. And along one side of a barren, stormy ridge. Is that a village you can make out to the top of the hill? It seems like a lonely place for it. Wait, I want to check my spellbook. Okay. Let's try to go up the hill. The gentle upward slope becomes a steep climb, and you are forced to rest several times. So far, you have been walking through the foothills. Now the journey will become more serious. When you finally reach the summit, and you can look up and over the low plateau you have crested, you see the path runs through a small settlement of crudely fashioned huts. They do not seem nice. There are villagers out in the street, talking and working. It seems a happy, bustling place, despite the filth in the streets and the barren surroundings. There seems no obvious danger. You approach along the path until you are close enough for the villagers to notice you. The effect is immediate. They begin to scurry inside their huts, as if you were an army and not a lone traveler. You cannot help but notice what a sorry bunch they are. Squat and short, and all limping strangely. Their bodies are thin and malnourished, and they disappear through their doors. You notice some are missing limbs. You find the place to be an impoverished hovel. The hut has no furniture. A small fire burns in the middle of the floor, and by the far wall, an ill-looking family is huddled together. The woman lifts a shaking hand as if to hold you back. See, I think we use this to heal them. We have 1 potion. You pour the blinberry juice out into your palm and cast your spell across it. Then you cast the liquid onto the terrified villagers. At first, the potion seems to burn them, but then you realize it is the peeling skin, boils and warts that are burning away. The man is shivering as though he had been cold for days, and through chattering teeth he declares, "You have cured us. We have suffered the plague." The plague? Well, so that is what affects this village? We are no village in truth. A few of us were outcast from Biratani, a few from Dumpus, a few from other places. They forced us here with flaming torches to live or die. He looks at his wife, who is weeping. Most do not live, he finishes. How many are here? 30? I don't have enough potions for that. You can save them now. Will I? Simply go to them and touch them. The effect will be slower, but they will be healed. Oh, Jesus. We just sent them to their death chat. Wait a minute. We don't want to do that. Hold on. So we can go back and undo our actions. So we're just gonna rewind to here. We knocked on the door, but let's try the second hut. See what happens there. Is it gonna be the same thing? Nippur, yeah. It's the same thing basically. The word is warning enough. You sprinkle the last of the enchanted blimberry across yourself, then turn on your heel and walk quickly out of the accursed village. The family you have cared follows you to the door, singing your praises and begging you to stop. Tell them to leave too. Please, you turn back for a moment. Please, you call. The magic will wear off in a few hours. You must leave before then, or you will become ill once more. They do not hesitate. Taking nothing, they race back along the path toward Dumpus. You head quickly the other way. From across the plateau, you see the man pause and shout something to you. Beware the black lotus. Then he is gone. So yeah, now we've done a good deed. We've been a doctor like we always are, right chat? And we've learned to beware the black lotus, I guess? Beyond the village. The path beyond the village heads downhill once more between thick trees before turning in. But always good to hear. Hold on. Before turning into a narrow goat track that crosses a rough peak. From the summit, you get a wide view. Ahead down a steep slope, the next village is sprawled out before you. And even from here, you can catch the sound of merry voices and shouting from the streets. It must be a carnival.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Looking right, oh, welcome. Thank you, Ace. Good to see you, by the way. Looking right, you hear a roaring noise and can just make out a beautiful, majestic waterfall plunging from a cliff into a great rock bowl. You watch for a few minutes, marveling at how the water seems. Then it is time to move on. You follow the track down a steep decline. Alright, but time to get high. Thanks on behalf of Sloth there. Okay, we'll warm up the Dabrick, and I will pour a little bit more juice. But hey there, Ace, how are you doing today? Have you ever heard of this game? Steve Jackson's Sorcery? Alright, cheers everyone. The more I spoke, the more I stumble over the words. So we're gonna get like worse and worse at this game. Hold on, just adding a little bit more for next time. Okay. So, I guess we're going to Biratanti. Some way down the hill, you stop for a rest and sit on a boulder to survey what lies ahead. The path leads downward, and at its foot, cradled between three peaks, is the village, and quite a large one at that, compared to the mournful spot you have just passed through. Behind you, the sun is falling rapidly into the hills. It will be night soon. Approach the village. The village looks like a good place to stop. You hop down from the boulder and make your way forward when an overhanging branch touches your face and you hear a lively chirping. Freeze? You freeze. Hovering by your shoulder is a small creature the size of a bird. It is childlike but very thin, with green skin, and it floats about on transparent wings. It seems friendly enough. It even lands on your shoulder, its tiny clawed toes pinching you slightly. Let's see what spells we have. So what do we got? We got an H, which leads to nothing. We could make clones of ourselves. We could make it depressed. We don't have the thing to make it afraid. Invisible wall? Create a shield? I was really hoping that we had the tell spell. That's okay, we can't read its mind. Let's just talk to it. Get off me, flying rat. And hello to you, the creature replies, chirping. My name is Jan. What are you? Let's see, Naga says, I was and still am exhausted, but my poor cat needs tending, so no rest for me today. Aww. Yeah, you take care of that kitty. Can't wait for the medication to get there. What are you? The creature does a backflip and gives a low bow. I'm a Minimite. Pleased to meet you. It reaches out a tiny hand and shakes your earlobe. I'll eat you if you try that again. I'll choke you if you do, the creature whisks back. Tiny bones. What do you want with me? See that village, the creature replies? Last time I tried to go through, they told me I wasn't welcome, so I wouldn't mind some protection. The creature starts hopping up and down. Come on, I grumbles impatiently. Let's keep going, can't we? What do I get? We're always being greedy, aren't we? My advice, I'm small, but I've got a big brain. Means I've been to a lot of places, and I can remember them too. Okay, well, hey, tell me about the village. That's Biratanti. Oh yeah, we point down at the valley. Is it safe? That's Biratanti, and it's very safe. It's the largest village in the whole of the Shamatanti Hills. Every traveler who comes this way spends at least one night there, so it's a little bit expensive, especially for Minimites, but pleasant enough. The creature flits to your other shoulder once more. You're not in any hurry, are you? It observes. Do you want to sleep out in the rough? Where I'm going is dangerous, by the way. You won the creature. You might be killed traveling with me. The creature shrugs. I've got small wings. I can get far on my own. Or can't get far on my own. Alright, well, let's get going then. The creature shakes you by the ear in excitement, and you set off along the path once more.
The danger. No. I am the one who knocks.
And we'll do whatever we want, chat. We have a permit for that. You descend into the bowl of the valley. The hills on either side are toweringly tall and throw the village into deep shadow. It would seem a very gloomy, threatening place, but from the streets come the distant sound of laughter and merriment. You continue along the path. The sounds of festivities grow louder. It's almost spooky here in the shade of the valley. And after so long on the dire road, the people in this village must seem to be enjoying themselves. See, the man in might on your shoulder remarks, I told you it was a happy place. Jen, what's going on? Are they bewitched? Jen shakes his head. No, if there was magic, believe me, I'd know. This is the festival of the young. What's that? Well, take a look. Jen waves a little hand around the village. The idea is that once a year, the children are allowed the freedom of the village. It is a time of great fun and lots of pranks. It becomes quickly obvious what he means. You pass the first few buildings where you find a number of children sitting in the street and drinking ale from deep mugs. Oh, Jesus. Further on, a young boy is holding an old woman over his knee and spanking her. On the other side of the street, a group of boys is fighting outside a hut with a sign inside that reads Calandragore's Tavern. And it's all complete mayhem. I mean, that's kind of a crazy town. But it's something they only do once a year. But still, I mean, that sounds abusive. Do we go to the tavern or... Let's go further into town. Maybe we can find another shop. You pass beyond the tavern and turn a corner to find a group of girls standing by a sign pointing to the crystal waterfall. They are tripping up their elders as they pass and giggling. You stop the group and ask them about the waterfall, but they are too distracted by Jan, whom they delight in poking, tickling, and generally cooing over. After a few minutes of asking them about the waterfall, you give up and walk away. One of the girls calls, "Come back." Another shouts, "The water is good for you." Jan sighs, missing the attention, but comes back to the rest on your shoulder. You leave the girls to their snickering. I'm trying to visit the waterfall. I bet that'll heal us up in some way. You go back past the girls and head up a path that climbs through a crack in the mountainside. Soon the air is filled with a thundering. It's quite a climb, but eventually you turn a corner through a narrow cleft in the rock and see up close the waterfall you glimpsed from the hilltop earlier today. Plunging down from the cliffs overhead. Large crystal stalactites hang down either side of the water. There's only one path to reach it, winding up the rock face, and it passes by a small hut. Where a ruffian is collecting money? A ruffian? I can create a stench. I was hoping just so he doesn't mind. You make your way over to the hut. Greetings to begin. You collect a fee for the waters? I do, sneezes the ruffian. These waters cannot be so healing that he has not caught an awful flu from them. You know what? I think I want to use those nose plugs. We're gonna create a stench. Yeah, it's open for the mind reading, exactly. But I mean, a ruffian's a ruffian. We could easily have concluded. I just wanted to be sure. So the nose blows, similar to the bamboo flute that we've used, are constantly reusable. What? Nothing happens?
Ah, yes. I know that scent. Cringe.
Yes. The smell of cringe. Alright, well... I'll tag them further though, I don't care. Can't I do something to fight him, maybe? Hold on. Let's try that again. Maybe we should ask Jam to scout ahead also. You tap Jam on the shoulder. Why don't you scout ahead? Cause depression. Let's try this. You cast a spell and a ruffian's shoulders slump, and then he sits down on the stone. Worst thing about this job, he complains, Everyone wants to see the waterfall, but nobody wants to pay. So I do nothing but bring people down. Leave him and walk on. we pause to pick up a towel from inside the hut, ignoring him otherwise and continuing up the path. Okay. And if we restore all our stamina, it'll be worth it. Ooh, which we just did. You head up the waterfall, which cascades forcibly into a deep pool. The Minimite is waiting for you by the path and jumps onto your shoulder as soon as you appear. So you decide to come anyway, he whispers to your ear. I suppose you do smell like you need a bath. You strip off your clothes and dive into the pool, while Jan flitters through the froth. The cool air is fresh and invigorating, and you feel yourself getting rapidly better. You feel huge swollen confidence coming from the decision you have made. Wait, this water cures disease? Oh wait, this water cures disease. Something about that seems terribly important. Where did it come from? Wait, where can it come from, this water? How is such a thing possible? Looking up at the sheer cliff face, you can make out nothing beyond a slight shadow hovering at the very edge of the precipice, like a gigantic spider waiting to jump. Whatever it is, it must be a place of great power, a place to be sought out, or a place to be avoided as one might avoid the plague. Now you can move on, refreshed and ready for the night. I guess we'll sleep at the waterfall? The idea of going back into the village now is unappealing. You are refreshed and calm, and the scenery here is beautiful and peaceful. Getting out of the pool, you dry off and collect your things, and head off into the trees to find a spot to rest. Between curling roots, you find a small place to settle down to rest. The pesky Minimite Jan perches a little way up on a knot and is quickly asleep. You are tired enough to follow suit, but you're hungry from having not eaten. So we better eat. Ooh. You pull out some of your provisions and eat quickly. The night's darkness draws in around you. In the distance, you hear screams and whoops from the village, only slowly fade. You feel lonely, distant from such revelry. You rest your hand onto your backpack and close your eyes. Perhaps a few hours pass when you wake suddenly, aware of a shadow moving between the tree trunks. It turns as it sniffs the air. A wolfhound. Ooh, can I make a dance? Alright, we can go big. We could control it with law. Oh, we could try a jig. Apparently, wolfhounds cannot dance. Okay, we're gonna try a big strong attack. Ooh, that was good. The wolfhound creeps towards you. Jaws. Wait, let me pause the music, because you have at least the drums. The wolfhound creeps towards you. Jaws, dripping and fur shining wet. It will not listen to reason. You charge headlong. It bounds forward, only to run itself onto your blade. It writhes and howls. As the wolfhound grows weaker, its snarl gets madder. I was afraid of that. It just blocked. And now we're probably not going to have enough to overpower it. You put all your strength into the swing of your blade, hoping to finish the creature in a stroke. The wolfhound drops back. The wolfhound is calling now, its fur thick with dried blood. We could try, but if he overpowers us... Committed defend. Yeah, he would have overpowered us and done a lot of damage. The wolfhound runs for your neck. You react on instinct, dodging around a tree for cover. You twist your blade around, about for a vicious blow. The blow cuts deep as the wolfhound weakly opens its jaws to bite. You plunge your blade between its teeth and all the way down to its heart. The wolfhound howls, a gurgling, blood-soaked sound, and then it dies. Okay, that was good. Beast defeated, you pause to regain your breath and wipe your sword. Then, once satisfied, you lay down again and try to sleep. Jan flutters down and resettles on your shoulder. Your dreams are full of plagued victims, their faces raw with boils and streaming sores, and above it all, there's a warning. Beware of the Black Lotus. You rise early from your spot beneath the tree. As you gather your, things, Jen leaps up and onto your shoulder. Ready to go, he chirps. You pass through the village, which is now as quiet as the grave, and rejoin the path on the far side of Bir Tanti. The sun sets on the horizon like a gleaming jewel. If all goes well, you will reach Torapani today, the last village in the Chomwatanti Hills. After a short climb, the path breaks, heading uphill and to the left, down, out to the right. Which way, Jen? Make yourself useful if you can. To the right is the forest, to the left ain't easier going. The path leads through a field of black flowers. Beware the Black Lotus. But I'm pretty sure the nose plugs can protect us from it. I want to try it because we have the nose plugs. I feel like the nose plugs will save us. And if we don't like the result, we can just try this other way. But you'll left, you decide. Good choice, Jen replies. The path slips gently downwards through a shrubby forest and across patches of dry, weary earth. The Shamutanti Hills are relatively verdant compared to the Bach ones beyond the Jabadji River, and you can see the influence of that desolation already creeping into the soil like a spreading infection. Then you crest the rise. Powerful, pleasant smell reaches your nostril, and you see to your right a path through a field of beautiful black flowers. Drawn one of those flowers? Who knows who cares? Chirps the Minamite, dancing right on your shoulder. This is the shortest path to Tanipani. Toripani. I will see what I can find out for myself, you tell the detestable creature. Good luck with that, Jan replies. You clear your mind, trying to ignore the smell rising from the field, and ready a spell. See, my hope is that if we go through here, maybe we can get something? Since it's harder to go through here. What is M? Protection from magic? Cause a wind, but we don't have a gale horn. Find out if it's dangerous. Or use the dust plugs. You cast the spell quickly, shoving in your nose plugs before you complete the final binding of the enchantment. Jan looks at you with amusement. Strange, considering the terrible smell you must now be emitting, but you're quite safe from the stink with your nose plugs in. The field is wide and thick with flowers, and beautiful enough in a somber way. Then halfway in, your foot crunches on something. Jan, on your shoulder, giggles at the sound and begins to pull your earlobe. You bat him away. Look down. You look down. There is a bone under your foot, a human arm bone, and next to it a skeleton. The skeleton has flowers between its jaws. Something is very wrong here. You keep going. The far side is in sight. Jan begins to trotter. He slips from your shoulder, catches himself and flies back up, then slips again. What's wrong with you? Nothing, the creature replies, spinning through the air in a blur of flickering wing. I've never been so happy. And then he plunges in between the flower blossoms and is gone from sight. Look for him. Uh-oh. The nose plug slipped from your nostril. We'll find the plug. Okay, wait a minute. If searching for Jan means losing our nose plugs, we're giving up Jan. That's for sure.
What the fuck?
Ask Jan. Cast the spell. Thankfully, we can go back and, like, try options very easily in this game. It's really meant for you to do that. Yeah, we leave him. It's the perfect moment to leave him. So you lengthen your stride. You clear to the other side of the field unharmed. You take out the nose plugs and continue unharmed on your way. Everything is wonderfully quiet. Okay. But wait, what if we had gone this other way? If we could have, like, we didn't get anything from going this way? So we're gonna go back now and try the other direction. We go right, you decide. Then be on your guard, Jan warns you. You climb a rise. The way is not too steep, and the noon approaches. You have crested the ridge and are descending yet again. You are now at the highest point of the hills. Where the trees are thin, the view west goes on forever, and sometimes you catch glimpses of Kare on the northern horizon. Keep going. You decide not to stop and eat, but push on. John is in a talkative mood and fills the air around him with chatter about what he can see, how things smell, and what he plans to do once he makes his fortune in Kare. It's enough to make you wonder if you could sell him as a companion to a blind old lady somehow. You pass the open hillside into a patch of deep forest. Quiet suddenly. Jen falls quiet and hisses in your ear. Stop. Stop now. Why? Because the creature's in a tiny voice. Because something is following us. You come to a dead stop. Jan is right. Something is moving through the trees behind you. A moment later, a point of steel has emerged from the darkness between two trees and touches your neck. You've seen me, whispers a voice. I know it. You have a moment to draw your sword before the dark figure of an assassin emerges from the trees. He is dressed head to toe in black, and you had not seen him a moment before. Even though he had been standing a mere arm's length away, he wields a sharp scimitar in expert hands. What can we cast? You can zap him. You'd have a shield. Is that all? We should definitely cast something. Let's try a lightning bolt. Oh my god, you see what that says? You cast the spell, but nothing results. I should probably tell you, Jana whispers. Minimites are protected by an aura. It is a curse sometimes, like now, because you cannot cast magic while I'm nearby, and I'm not leaving while that assassin is there. Well, that's messed up. So actually, you know what, we do want to go this other way. And we want to let Jan die, I think. We're gonna get rid of Jan. This is gonna be perfect. Does kind of explain some things, doesn't it? Now, we put on the nose bloods. I'll make it out of there safely. It is now late afternoon. You pass over the brow of the next hill, and below you is a village of Torapani, slung from one side of the valley to the next, like a flood barrier. Torapani is a village of the Svin, an aggressive-looking race of man-orcs. You might expect their village to be rowdy, but it seems strangely quiet. Still, there's no way around it, and it is too large to destroy with a fireball. You'll have to go through. You enter the village. There's a definite air of depression hanging over the place. The Svins are going about their business slowly and miserably. They pay you no heed. You sit yourself down on a tree stump in the very center of the village and consider your options. Make contact with the villagers. You spy a group of Sven sitting outside a low hut, and you walk over and sit yourself down. They're discussing a friend apparently killed in the night by an assassin's curved blade. Well, so it's good that wasn't us. Is that why you are all afraid? We afraid of no thing, retorts one of the Sven furiously. But no, much worse. Another Sven bangs his hand down on the table. But with Esh dead, who saved Tia? Our flower. The Sven who answers wipes a tear from the corner of his eye, scratching himself painfully with an uncut fingernail. Oh. Tia is Chief's daughter. The other Sven say Esh was to save her. Now Esh not alive, so Tia soon not alive. What happened to her? Goblins. They sacrifice. Sacrifice? He isn't sure of the word, so mimes gesture like a stabbing downwards knife and blade. Yes, sacrifice to great cave demon. Trouble is, another said, our village die if chief line end. Tia is end. So if end ends, we end. All very sad. Okay. Who are you? One asked suddenly, as if just thinking of it. Sorcerer. We are the greatest. Best is good. Micah, Tifa, he signals to the others, who are quickly on their feet, big hefty arms swinging for you. We take to Chief. Before you can resist, they have you hauling you bodily onto their shoulders. Where are you taking me? But you have no reply. We've been captured. The door is slammed and locked. A moment later it reopens, and your possessions are thrown inside. You quickly look through them, but everything seems to be in place. Ooh, we should have eaten something. Oh well. You pull your knees up to your chest and wait.
Boy,
The long,
that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
they instantly took us over, didn't they? That long watches of the night pass slowly, and in the end, nothing happens and no one comes. Maybe they'll feed us in the morning? Daybreak, you are still alone. An hour passes before you hear any noise outside, and then the door to the hut opens and 5 Svins come in. They drag you roughly out and across the street to another hut, where an old man with gray hair sits. He is wearing outlandish, colorful robes. My name is Proceus the Chief. He slaps his chest twice. I apologize, and he bows, brushing the dust on the floor with his sleeves. Tell me, what do you want? He holds up a hand. First, he waves to a menial who brings in bread and milk. Okay, we eat it. Nice. Methodically, you bolt down the meal. It does not seem to be poisoned, and it nourishes you. The bowls are removed, and the chief squats down in a pool of cloth. I have need of you and your strength. I will help if I can. I am grateful. My daughter, my child, she is taken, offered to a terrible demon below. You want me to rescue her or any goblins? The chief spits at the word goblins. He shakes his head, and tears well up in his eyes. We never friends, but we never enemies like this. I not understand their hate, why they care about demons in caves. I will save her. The chief wipes away a tear with a clawed finger. He gestures to the other Sphinx who, still taking no chances, grab you by the arms and haul you to your feet. Damn. Crack in the ground. Of he shoved into a crack in the ground, chat. Let's see, and Sloth says, the hotel manager really trying to make up for the treatment the staff have given us. Kind of, you could put it in that dynamic. I wish I could have asked for seconds. We could use even more healing. You are led along a short pathway through the forest to a crack in the ground. One Sphin has brought a rope and another a basket. They are preparing to lower you down into the pit of the earth itself. You will pay me richly for this. The Sphinx nod. The chief replies, we are poor, but we will try. Good. Watch the darkness, he declares, as they start to lower you down. You hit the floor with a thud and peer into the darkness. Your eyes can make out nothing, but a slight breeze suggesting endless space in all directions. You are blind, helpless, trapped. Something clatters to your feet from above. One of the Sphinx shout something down to you. Feel around on the ground. You crouch down and feel around your feet till your hand closes on the base of something. You pick it up. It's a dry wood torch. Something else falls from above. It strikes you on the head. Tinderbox, calls the voice. Feel around for the tinderbox. Rubbing the bruise on your head, you reach down and find the tinderbox. Light the torch. You can see now you are in a large cavern, wide and deep. At the far end, passageways disappear to the left and the right. The unseen rock fall. At the far end of the cavern, you hear a murmur. With some other rocks. You clamber over the rocks at the edge of the cavern to investigate the sound. It is a whimpering coming from the other side of a pile of stones. The Sphin girl, perhaps? She came in this way, but then the cave-in blocked off her path. You'll have to find her another way. You go left and creep slowly into the darkness, ears straining for the sound of approaching threat. The passageway slips down a short way and then ends in a T-junction. Two stones are stacked on top of one another against the wall here. The tunnel twists and bends sharply as if carved by a river, now long since dried away. You lose all sense of which way is which, except to keep going forward where the tunnel splits. There's a pair of stacked stones here as well. You slip through the opening in the left wall. The going is suddenly more difficult, and you realize that the tunnel is climbing quite a sharp gradient. Little stones rattle and roll away downwards into the darkness. At the highest point, the passage you're following finishes at another fork. The table floor here is an inch deep in water, dripping from an arched ceiling far above. The droplets that land on you are ice cold and run like sharpened claws down your back. A few strides further, a slide passage opens on the right. A single stone sits on the wall. You push on. The rock in the wall of passage turns from natural stone to something carved and shaped by ancient hands. There's an occasional mark of lettering, now half rubbed away by time, spelling some message of doom. Then the passage ends quite abruptly in a sealed door. Now, you push open the door slowly. Then a catch clicks, and some ominous rumblings start. Behind you, a wall is rising from the stone floor to seal off your escape. Oh, we can always go backwards, but let's go into the room. Oh crap, I'm sure it's drowned. You push forward to the room undeterred, only to be met with an appalling sight. There are hundreds of gallons of water gushing towards you. You are swept off the ground as the ruined corridor fill. You are sure to drown. With the infuriating Minimite no longer beside you, the world of magic is close to your fingertips once more. What options do we have? Open a locked door. Create an illusion of treasure. What would that do? Sense danger. In a force field. That could be interesting, maybe. I don't have the gale horn for the half. I'm thinking we create a force field. Exactly, make an air pocket, or we can stop ourselves from getting rushed through the hallways or something. You cast the enchantment quickly, and a thick force field forms around you, protecting you and your belongings, and most importantly, providing you with air. The water closes above your head, and then after several moments, begins to drain away. You are gently deposited back on the ground. The ceiling wall behind you reopens and the door shuts. You head back to your previous junction, almost as if nothing had happened. You have been lucky, very lucky. You return to the flooded chamber, where the passageway appears on your left. Time to get high. Alright, time to get high. And thank you for that gigantified emote. I'm so proud that we were able to defeat Twitch's moderation team and keep our beloved emote. It catches people's attention, honestly. So, if you watch anybody else's streams, you could use it and you'll probably get people's attention. The fact that we had to use a force field, though, 3 stamina to save ourselves, it's kind of a bad thing. So we might end up having to go back and redo this, but that's okay. For now, we'll continue on. Alright, cheers everyone. Yeah, they're harmless, honestly. Mushroom. Mushroom. Alright. The path twists and bends and jackknifes, and then there's a crack that splits the wall on the left. Another pair of stones are stacked in one corner. Go straight on. Oh my god, we're getting totally lost in here. Oh god. Left again? Oh wait. Might have found something. Alright, hold on. I'm just gonna go pee really fast. And I'll be back in literally moments. So be right back, everyone. Hold on. Sorry, Shy. And we're back. You see, very, very fast. Alright. Oh yeah, so we follow the passageway and we hear the echo of a whimpering coming from up the corridor. And thank you, you guys. Your torchlight falls across a frail shape. Hiding in the shadows is the young Sphin Girl, stacking stones into hundreds of little towers. Look for traps. You run the torchlight around the walls of the cavern. No switches or triggers that you can see. The girl watches you with silent fear, and then the torchlight falls on a deep scratch in the rock, a claw mark. Suddenly there is a loud roaring from the mouth of the short cavern. The walls begin to shake and crumble. The spin stone towers topple and scatter. To one side, a gap in the rubble begins to open, letting through a mean shaft of light. But before you can head for it, The roaring sound is joined by a scream from the Sphin Girl. You turn slowly and peer into the gloom, back along the tunnel. Is there something moving? Something coming closer? Perhaps the roaring is the wind rushing through the tunnels? Oh, Jesus. You hear of the scrabbling sound of claws on rock, and the exit from the tunnel is blocked by a dark and looming shape. A manticore. Huge. Terrible. It stands beside you and the light and howls in bloody rage. Also wanted to check something. We bought a sword a while back. Ooh, it's +2. Nice. I just wanted to check. But yeah, surprise. He surprised us, basically. Let's see, what can we cast on them? Cause slowness. Ooh, that sounds good. We could make it clumsy. Can't huff. We could make a fog of darkness. I'm thinking we just make it slow. What else we got? We got pet. No, we don't have that. Dawes. Let's try Dawes. You cast the spell quickly. The creature makes half a turn, preparing to swing its tail at you, but then it pauses and shakes its head. The old man's face beneath the mane crumples into a frown. It is as though something has struck it square in the forehead. You have slowed it down. If you draw your sword now, you will have an advantage, or you have gained yourself more time for further sorcery. Let me just see what other spells are available to see if there's new spells. There is new spells. I don't have the green hair and a wig. We could summon a giant, but why would we do that? Hot. Throw a fireball. We don't have any sand to make mud. We could summon goblins. Nah, I'm thinking we just, Wait, maybe we should draw out some of the goblin. Well, he's probably just gonna eat the goblin. Let's draw our sword. Oh, damn. Oh, we did the right move. We did the right move. Damn, we should have done a small attack. I'll reload the end if we, but we might redo it because we're taking a lot of hits. Oh, now we only took one there. Yeah, I foresee us redoing this. Yeah, I'm gonna redo this, so that's why I'm not reading it. Try it again. So that was the right move there. That was the wrong move. Oh Jesus, I should have went strong again twice. Oh my god, I'm doing kind of badly. No, we just need to continue until the battle's over. Oh, I should have done it. So I feel like we're learning some lessons here. This is the hardest fight we've done. We did one better that time though. Yeah, I'm gonna go all in. No, we should go all in again. Okay, yeah. Now we probably defend? Because that was higher than what we could have done. No, you got us that time. We got him that time. Okay, only 3 stand the loss. We'll take that. Alright, let me read out what happened. You draw your sword and close on the slow and fumbling beast, eyes focused tightly on the terrible sting. The manticore moves forward slowly. You breathe a sigh of relief till you see your spell having some effect on the creature. You have determined that you will not die down here. You plant your feet and ready your mighty sword swing. At the last moment, it pounces, all claws off the ground, and barred to plunge into your flesh. In the air, it is no longer slow. You chop it out of the air. Standing firm, you swing a mighty stroke against the monster, just as the manticore pounds its tail down like a hammer stroke. As it rears, you push your sword up into its exposed belly. The manticore shifts away and opens its enormous jaws, which look so human but contain an impossible number of teeth, each one dripping with a moisture of saliva and blood. Sidestepping, you slash out at the manticore, easily catching it in a light blow. It curses you in an almost human tongue. You can almost smell the creatures growing enraged and drop quickly away. The manticore makes a nasty swipe with its fearsome claws, but you duck and escape real injury. For a moment, it is close enough to smell its warm, fetid breath. The beast growls at you. The walls shiver with its fury. The Sphin girl edges near as if thinking of scratching the creature with her claws. It's scared, she whispers to you. You might not believe me, but you've scared it. The creature snarls and snaps its jaw. You must finish this monster before it finishes you. Dropping your weight, you drop a heavy swing at the wild beast, deftly slipping a light strike past the manticore's outstretched claws. The creature crashes against one wall. Rock dust pours onto its back, but it tries to shake itself. It stumbles. You can hardly dare to hope. The foul beast is weakening. The manticore moves quickly. It strikes so fast with its scorpion sting that you barely see it move and have only a single breath to escape. Your own attack is forgotten as you try to regain your balance. You try to shrug away the pain. The manticore chomps and grinds its teeth, its expression an ugly frown. In the darkness of the cave, it is hard to read the monster's intentions, but you cannot wait forever. Fainting left, you slice the manticore, easily catching it a passing cut. It is injured and angry. You sense the creature getting angry and move quickly into a crouch. The manticore whips out its terrible sting, but you leap aside to safety. You give silent thanks for your concentration. The manticore laughs at you with a human expression of twisted joy. You risk an attack. Back against the rock, you deliver a ferocious stab at the foul creature. At the same moment as the manticore comes for you with its terrible sting, you cut into it like a butcher. The sting of its tail begins to leak a foul-smelling green ooze. The monster rears up onto its back legs and opens its wings to fill the room. Standing firm, you swing a fearsome stroke against the monster, deftly landing a quick jab past the manticore's tail. The manticore screams and howls in a voice that is almost human. It is dying, slowly, furiously, but nonetheless it weakens. The creature stretches its enormous jaws and roars. Quick as a flash, you slash at the manticore. Your sword blade seems almost to be possessed. It finds its way past the manticore's sweeping claws, through its thick hide, and down into its ancient, cruel heart. For a moment it howls loud enough to make the walls shake, and then everything falls quiet. So yeah, that was the battle. The only noise in the chamber is the hammering of your heart and the quiet breathing of the Sphin Girl. Thank you, the girl murmurs. Then, tugging at your arm, this way, she leads you towards the light, through a gap in the rocks, to a pool of sunlight in the first cavern. You wave the torch, hoping to attract attention. Tell the girl to call up. Girl, call to your father. The Sphin child nods mutely, then bawls at the top of her lungs. Proceus, I'm here. Then something drops down, a rope with a basket on the end. Get in together, the chief calls from above. We'll pull you both up. Send the girl up first. You lift the girl away in the basket and call up, haul away. The Sphinx give a great cry and begin to pull, and the basket starts to slowly rise, spinning as it goes. The girl waves as she disappears into the sunlight. Then she is gone. Throw down the rope. We're gonna wait. You wait a little longer, settling down on your pack. You can imagine the celebration going on above ground, the tears and grateful reunion. No surprise if they lose track of you, down here in the dark. And then sure enough, the basket and the rope tumble down. You clamber quickly in and they haul you up. Above ground, the chief himself helps you up onto the grass. His daughter is with him, clutching his hand. My daughter tells me you fight bravely, he said. For that I am grateful. I invite you with us back to Torapani. Will you come? Take what you are offered. You nod. I will come. As you enter the village, it erupts into celebration. You are given a place to stay and recuperate from your long journey. Looks like you're fully healed. A visit to the healing priest treats your wounds, and when you emerge, you find the village before so somber and silent, now in full life. Flowers are tied to every rooftop, and bands of spins are playing music on long, strangely shaped lyres. You find a quiet spot under a tree to watch the festivities, drowning your demons in glasses of thick blung wine brought to you by the children. Okay, we got some cash. That night you sleep heavily, then rise the next morning to continue your journey. The chief meets you before you go. My good friend, he declares, you have saved us. He presses 2 gifts into your hands, a pouch of 10 gold pieces, a fortune for a place like this, and a key. This opens the south gate of Kare, he tells you. I hope it is use. I would have liked some more rations, please, though. I mean, you know. You take your leave. The path winds away from Torapani, and soon you're on a downward slope, away from the Shamutanti Hills, through stepped rice fields. As you walk, you feel the peace and emptiness of the wasteland for the first time. Enough of these villagers with their petty squabbles and nasty inns. There will be rich pickings in Kare, and beyond that, there is nothing but the true emptiness of the Bachlands. In the distance rises the wall of a great city, the first true stonework you have seen since you left home. Your journey through the Shamutanti Hills is completed. Along the way, you have made no useful friendships, but have been given the key to the gates of Kare. You have collected a fantastic number of magical artifacts, a large lump of beeswax, cloth skull cap, vial of glue, nose plugs, 4 pebbles, 1 giant's tooth, 12 goblin's teeth, bamboo pipe. You're armed with a long sword and your original sword, and have 2 rations and 18 gold pieces and a spellbook. Okay, save. So you get a the code that you have to remember. I'm just gonna take a picture of my phone. So that code basically represents the unique path that we took. So that's sort of the clever way of having saves, rather than actually saving like data files, because there's like only so many possible permutations. They can sort of take care of it that way. It's a neat system. Wait, so we already saw this. Which is how it started. Oh wait, or was it? From the outpost settlement in Nadelland, you crossed the Shamutanti Hills. Along the way, you survived a meeting with the witch Aliana and fought and killed the dreaded Manticore. You faced cruel twists of fate and disease. A test of character. To survive, you used your blade often and your intelligence frequently. You acted selfishly. Your spirit's guide changed as you changed, becoming the Vixen. Yeah, we've been the Vixen for a while now, actually. And now all of that seems a distant memory, for you are approaching Kare, the city port of traps. founded on a ford of the Jabaji River. Kare was once a camp for the pirates who ambushed merchants sailing from Lake Lunle to the sea. But the camp grew. It became a village. The village became a town. And now Kare is a magnet for ne'er-do-wells and thieves, ruled over by a council of villains. But the city do its worst. It is a place of treachery and traps. You will have to be constantly on your guard as you cross. Your goal is the North Gate, the only entrance to the Bachlands, and the next stage of your journey. If your quest is to succeed, you must enter the city port of traps and make it out alive. And welcome to Sorcery 2. Or part 2, I guess you could say.
I'll make that deal. How about you? You bet you make that deal? I don't blame you. Damn good deal.
If that's what it takes, then that's what it takes. Twilight already. The great city of Kare has loomed large on the horizon all day, but has been slow to reach. The path, tracing great loops back and forth through a deep and narrow pass. Time to get high. And it is time to get high. The character pulls out their unique dab instrument from their pouch. After casting a small spell and making a prayer to the vixen, they load their cannabis directly into the pipe. The pipe begins to magically warm, allowing the material to go from a solid into a liquid and eventually become a sweet, sweet vapor that gets the sorcerer very, very high. As the dab rig hits the right temperature, the sorceress begins to take her many dab hits. A journey like this one would require many more before the end. You know, a little bit of impromptu, you know? As the sorceress finishes her final hits of the pipe, she lets out a few short and breathy coughs before going for her bango juice. Alright, it says, you have not seen a living soul since you left the Sphin. So you are naturally cautious when you round a bend in the path and see a beggar crouched low against a rock, murmuring to himself. You stop out of sight behind an outcrop, but the beggar does not look like much of a threat. Wait and watch. You watch in silence. The beggar is quite clearly quite mad. His head twitches from one side to the other every few minutes, and he murmurs and murmurs to himself. They're hiding in the rocks, sir. hiding in the rocks. Let's approach him. You call out a greeting and stride over, and he leaps to his feet, drawing a short stick from inside his cloak. Who goes there, he demands. What's your business in Kare? I am a traveler. Man pokes his stick at you. Traveler? Traveling where? The Bucklands. The Bucklands? He looks quite surprised. And what is in the Bucklands? He prods harder. Answer me or you'll face the consequences. Who are you? You've more courage than most beggars. The man beams with aging pride. I am the city guard. No one enters Kare except through me. And then, despite his age and clear ill health, he comes at you, swinging and waving his stick. Okay. Oh, yes, they blocked. The beggar is not a powerful opponent. You should be able to easily overpower him, so you begin with a heavy punch, giving it everything you have. The beggar lifts his fist in defense, so you land the minimal amount of damage against him. Prepared to see stars, he declares. You better put him up. Nope. You tense your biceps, then swing with a strong arm, overpowering the beggar again, whose own attack was also strong. He staggers back against the rock wall, his head clearly spinning. You have injured him badly. Why you, he grumbles, murmuring or preparing a medium swing. This time I've got you for sure, so you'd better defend yourself. You hold your weight back a little and swing with a medium hit, injuring the beggar once more. The beggar pants and groans, and then collapses into the dirt. Perfect. You roll your sleeves back down. Alright then, he murmurs into the ground, weakly waving a hand. You can pass. Nothing up. Holding out a hand, you help him upright. He sits up and dusts down his tattered clothing, a gray cloak that was once a uniform. He is shivering. The evening is drawing in and it must be cold out here. You don't have any food, do you? He asks sadly. We do, but I don't think I want to give it to a beggar. No, you lie. The man sighs and shakes his head. No matter then, there's plenty of meat on the grass vole if you know how to nibble 'em. Good luck. He nods to you and to you. You waste no more time and take your leave. The path winds through gorse and thick grass. Kare squats in a basin in the hills, like a stagnant, festering pool. You turn one corner, then another, and then the stone walls of the city are looming over you. Yep, the wings are out. Ooh, we now have the ape as our god, or spirit for the moment. A strong beast, intelligent and prudent, who takes great pride in acting faithfully. We'll see about that. Before the entrance is a wide, open area that will take a few minutes to cross. You could scramble up the slope to the right to get a better view of the wall. No, let's just go straight. You step out of the pass into the clearing. An arrow whizzes past your shoulder. You look up to see a guard on the top of the wall, who cocks a second arrow to his bowstring. Who goes there, he bellows, friend or foe? Friend. Oh, is that so? The archer shouts back. Then, what's the watchword? The guard sees your hesitation at the question, cocks an arrow and waits to see what you will do. Cast the spell? Can we read his mind and get the answer? Tell. Yeah. You slip on the skull cap that you bought in Dumfus and cast the spell, reaching out with the out to the guard with your mind. It takes a great deal of concentration over such a distance, but luckily his thoughts are loud and shouty. Can't do Pawnee. I'll shoot him if he doesn't give me the watchword. You remove the skull cap. The guard takes careful sight with his next arrow and awaits. Give the watchword. Kantopani, you call. The guard considers this for a moment, then lowers his bow. Approach, he calls. So that's awesome. We're able to read his brain. We have the key, too. The soft gate stands before you. It is as tall as 2 men, and would be broad enough to ride 3 horses through, if only it were open. But instead it is locked, and there's no other way into the city. Luckily, of course, you have a key. You quickly remove the key from your pack, slip into the lock. The timbers click as the key turns. You ease open the door, peering cautiously inside. There is no one about. You slip through the gate, and it slams shut behind you. Key still in the lock. Whoever the next ruffian to visit Kara may be, he'll be grateful for your little gift. You pause just inside the shadow of the gate. There are no guards about, at least none that you can see. To your left is a low stone building, metal bars for windows. An armory, perhaps. I'm glad that you appreciate it, Sloth. I'm sorry that you're gonna have to go, but I understand. Have a good day at work. And I hope you enjoyed the VOD, of course. Let's see. Let's take a look at the map for a second. So I think we're gonna want to go right in this way. Let's hurry out of the yard. What? You stride quickly away from the gate, but you're only halfway to the road when 2 soldiers come around the corner from the left. Strong, expert hands grab my wrists, and I'm pulled, forced into a low building. The prison? The door of the stone building is slammed and the lock turns over behind you. You look around. The walls are stone and the windows are barred. A bench against one wall is the only piece of furniture where an old man sits. He is dressed in dirty robes and seems in a sorry state. I mean, we said the watchword. We had the key. How dare they, try to take us? Did they take our weapons? No. You step toward the shadowy bench. Greetings, old man. He ignores you. He is concentrating hard on something on the ground just in front of him. A collection of small stones, scattered as though for fortune-telling. After a moment, he gathers them up and tosses them again. You notice that his other hand is missing completely. The left sleeve of his tunic hangs limp by his side. You glance upward to the stars, and suddenly the old man shouts, "A sorceress! I knew it!" "What of it?" "Well," he answers, "you'll get us out of here. But better yet, I've not played anyone for months. And certainly not anyone smart. Sit down, sit down." "Play what?" "Oh, why," the man replies with a shark-like grin. "Swindle stones, of course." "Swindle stones? Are we gonna get swindled?" "Stranger in town? Doesn't know how to play? Better and better. He shows you one of his stones. It's a strange 4-value dice. Sit, he pats the bench beside you with one hand. Play. We can talk while I beat you. You'll have to teach me the rules. My lucky day grins with one remaining tooth. It's easy. We each roll our dice in secret, but we bet on what we've rolled in total. You call if you think the other player has bid too high. The loser gives away a dice. Also, if I recall right, your gambles also are like dialogues, so if you want to ask certain specific things, sometimes you have to make specific bets. But we love dice games here, don't we? God, this takes me back already to, Kingdom Come Deliverance. The old man drops 4 dice into your palm and sweeps away a patch of dust on the bench for you to play. I'll go first, he says, waving his hand. Show you how it's done. The game, so he's betting too. The game is simple. We roll and bet on what's come up. So for instance, I might start and bet that between us we rolled at least 2 3s. Ooh. I see, like, we get different answers based on what we bet. I'm tempted to bet 4, because he doesn't know if we have 1 or 2 or multiple of them. So I'm gonna say 4 3s. 5 3s? There's no way. He would have to have all 3s, and I have only 1. So yeah, I'm calling him on that. But he says, but if you do not believe your bid, I call. Otherwise, I must make a higher bid myself. Very well, then I call. Let's see if you were right. So now I take one of his dice. Or he loses one, I guess, yeah. Okay. I want to say 4 of these. Because the chance that he has 1 is pretty decent. And that way he can't just bet 4 if I bet 3. This is risky, but I'm going to bet 4 4s. He bet 5 4s. Now there is a chance that he has 2 of them, but I'm going to call. Yep. Totally destroyed him. You want to say 1 3. Okay. What if I say 2 1s? I don't know how to do that. You only bet 1 3. I bet if he had 2 3s, he would have bet at least 2. So I'm gonna say 2 3s. Well, I do have 2 times 5 actually. So I'm gonna say 3 times 5. 3 4s, I mean. There's no way he has 2 of these, so we're gonna call him. Yep. Totally destroy him, so once you start losing dice, it becomes really hard to bluff anything. So see, if we want his name, we have to bet 1-1 or 1-2. We want to ask about the North Gate, which is really what we want to do. We should ask about this stuff. Okay, we're gonna ask 2 ones because we have no ones, but it's highly conceivable that he would expect us to have at least 1 or 2. And if he has 1, then he's gonna really get into it. It's no ordinary lock. It's wizard locked with a spell, and only the first noble knows it. Where do I find him? They say the spell is 4 lines, and 4 nobles know each line. I tried to find them. Damn, I want to ask him more questions, but we should just call. I bet he doesn't know the names anyway. Because he's like, they say, well, so Daddy knows. The game is ours. We completely destroyed him. I'm just gonna say thanks for the game. So I found some clues. Should be able just to escape, right? We just do a natural top. You aim the spell of opening towards the door and slowly, quietly let it go. The lock's rusted tumblers click over in response. Very good, the old man chuckles. By the way, I want to mention the spell book that we have. At the start of the game, they said that the person had been working like furiously to fully complete it. The spellbook is not just these spells here. It's actually what the spellbook really is astrological details for every single day and time, like throughout the day, and based on location. Right? So it's a huge tome, and we look to see, okay, on Friday the 17th at 3:15, these spells are available now. So it's pretty incredible. Just to give you more appreciation for what's going on. You check outside, the yard is empty. While you've been locked up, the sun has sunk below the wall. You should be able to walk right out of here under cover of darkness. The old man is less cautious. He is up and out the door like lightning. The old man is spry, despite his age, and is quickly far ahead of you. You seem to be forever rescuing old men, first from the tree outside Cantapani, and now from prison. At the end of the yard, the road splits. Looking left, you see the guard lined up in rows, running drills. Let's not head that way. To the right, the road leads towards the first building of Kare. You can just see the old man disappearing off in this direction. Night is falling. Luckily, by the roadside is a small inn, which will make a perfect place to stay before you lose yourself in the winding streets of Kare. However, prices may be high, so you could also walk into the fields to the right and step out under the stars. From somewhere nearby, you hear a low baying howl. We've got plenty of gold. And if we can get food and not use a ration, that'll be good. A sign outside the inn proclaims it the Crooked Finger. Hooked Finger. You go inside and find an empty bar. The bartender is snoozing at the counter. Clearly, trade is bad. The bartender wakes with a snortle as you approach. Greetings, traveler, he yawns. You'll be looking for directions to somewhere else, I suppose? I need to eat. No food here, I'm afraid. No point since the rats get it all. But a bed for the night will cost you 7 gold pieces. 7 gold pieces? Do you play Swindlestones? If you think you could cheat me out of my gold, you got the wrong idea. Not cheat, a fair game. He clearly doesn't trust you, but nah, it's alright. He sweeps his face on the bar top and rubs his hand. What's the stake? Yeah, we'll just bet 4 gold piece. The innkeeper counts out 5 dice each. Aha, we started with 4 on the other game. That's fine, 5 is good. Alright, well, go big or go home, I say. So we have 3 threes. Chances are he probably has a couple 3s. But probably not 3 of them. But, so, it's plausible what I wanna... Wait, can I go more than 4? I should be able to go beyond 4. Well, that's a 9. Okay, well in that case we will trip him up with 3 ones. It says 4 ones. I'm gonna say 5 3s. Does he have any 3s? Uh-oh. He only has 1 3. Damn. I should have bet 4 3s. Damn. Alright, it's okay. It's okay, we're gonna win. He bets 2 2s. I'm gonna bet 5 2s. Every day is torture to me. He bet 2 2s, so I think he probably has them. Oh, he doesn't. He only had 1. Oh my god, we're getting swindled by this guy. It's okay. I still got some techniques. Been hearing things about the North Gate. There are 4 spell lines to open it. What are they? I have no idea. It's nobles of the city who know, and I'm a long walk from being a noble. We gotta try it because we have 2 of them. 5. Ooh. What are the chances that he has 3? Yeah, exactly. We can turn this around, you see? Listen, if you're interested in nobles, I heard there was one living in Lower Carre recently. Living where? He had a big house between here and Dwarf Town. You can't miss it, but it's abandoned now. He's not dead, there's no way he has, that's what we're calling him. He's not dead, that's a start. At least I hear he's not. I hear he was cursed with the black eye though. Gone blind. Yeah, we're destroying him now. Yeah, we're gaining a lot of information this way, actually. This place was very empty. I said, well, it's a slow night tonight, that's all. Well, we're calling on that one because we have none of those. We baited him into a trap. Okay, we're gonna further bait him into a trap. Yeah. Sorry, buddy, but we even have one of those. He's calling 2s, and we have 2s. So we're actually gonna call 3 2s. So that he can't call 3 2s. Because we're gonna assume that he bet what he has. I think the computer usually will do that. No, sorry buddy. And he wanted to call, but he believed us. So he couldn't call. Ching! Rematch? We can take more gold from him. He's offering him a try himself, too. Okay, rematch. Cost of the room? His room, he charged like 7 for it or something huge. Okay. Let's see, how are we gonna start here? We're gonna start with a big bluff. A big bluff. 4 1s. Oh shit. That's not good. Alright, well we lost the first dice, that's fine. Oh! We're gonna say he has one of those. We're gonna say 5 of them. 5 4s. We got it. Round is ours. There's no cheating in this game, I don't think. Unless, I mean, a dev could always cheat. That's true, but I don't think they do. It's just about being clever. So the guards were on alert. Let's say 3 5s, or 3 4s. Oh shit, he called us again. Damn it. We're gonna get cheekier. Listen, the guards are afraid. That's what I heard. It's a rumor something's coming. 2 4s. You're betting 3 of those? I'm gonna bet 4 of those. Just tell me what you know. You can trust me. The city port is ruled by a council, but no one's seen much of the council or the nobles for some time now. Months and months for some. And now they say the first noble himself is gone missing. Okay, hopefully he doesn't have 3 2s. He did have 3 2s, damn it. Okay. This is not looking good for us. Two 1s. You say 2 5s? I mean 2 4s? I mean, so we'll do 3 4s. Please don't have them. Yeah, run the wires. Perfect. You say 1 4. Okay, we'll say 2 4s. Oh shit, did he catch us? Oh shit. How did he get us on that? That's insane. One. Okay, I'm gonna say 2 4s. Oh god, there's no way he has 2. Does he? He does! Oh, Jesus. He won the game. Rematch. Cost of the room. We can't lose money on this. So I have 1 of each of these things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Except for the 2s. I mean the 1s. You say 2 5s. And 4s. I don't know why I always see that as 5. Oh god, does he have more than 2? I can say 4. Okay, now that's unlikely. He would have to have 4. There was only 3 on the table. Not 5. You say 2 1s. What if I say 4 1s? It's pretty unlikely that he has 3, but it's possible. going to call. It's possible, but it's unlikely. Yep. Well, you did right. Well, I wanted that to stay a 4. Here we're gonna say 3/4. Because it's conceivable that he could have 1. Or that we could have 3. Uh-oh. Please have just 1, please, please. Nope. Alright, that's fine, that's fine. We still have the advantage. No. Now either he has 3... I feel like I have to call him on this. But he could have 3 of the same. He doesn't. Beautiful. It's our turn to get him. 1-1. Let's see where this goes. 1-3. Two, 3. Oh, I'm pretty sure this round is over. I'm pretty sure you don't have both 3s. Yeah, we're destroying him now. And you have 1 of those, I suppose. And then I will bid 2, because I know that that's the exact number. Yeah, you're screwed this time, buddy. God. I hope this isn't too boring. Because we could... I mean, we just lost and then regained our money back. But if we could gain... you know, the cost of a room... I still feel like we can win this. We're getting better, we're getting better. Okay, what are you gonna do with that? You're signaling that you have a lot of those. It's conceivable that he has 3 of them, and we have 1. It's inconceivable that he has 4. I mean, it's possible, but it's very low chance. Yep. Okay, once we win this, we won't have to keep gambling him. So he's opening with two 4s. It's conceivable that he has that. It's unlikely that he has 3, I'm thinking. But if we do this, he might have 1 of those and then he might go further. We're gonna go 1 higher. Oh shit. Damn. We should have done our other strategy. Oh well, it's fine, it's fine. The chance of him having a 2 is high. So we're gonna say 4. 4 2s. Please have 1, please have 1, please have 1. He does. We got it. He says 1, 2. So I bet he doesn't have 2 of them. So we're actually going to say 3 2s, because I think that's the actual number that's going to be on the board. And then he's going to bet 4 or call. You better have 1. He does have 1, so I was correct. See, there's a real science to this. Okay, so we're gonna lie this time. Or Arlie. It's hard because the chances of him having any particular number is only 50% chance. Right? So there's a 50% chance that he has a 1. So if I bet 4 1s, if he has a 1, then he's screwed. But if he doesn't have a 1, then it's inconceivable that we would have 4 1s. So he automatically wins. So we're gonna say, but we can do 3 1s, but there's a 50% chance that he has a 1. See? But if we tell him maybe 1 2, we might learn some more information. He bets 2 of those. Okay, I'm gonna bet 3 1s now. And we win because we had it and he didn't have the 1. We're like outbraining the computer, you know? So he says 1 2, so he probably has a 2. So we'll just say 2 2s. And we don't have another one, so sorry, buddy. $29 gold. We've cleared you out. So you want that room? I don't know if it's worth paying for it, because I kind of want to save our gold. I didn't even have any food. So we're gonna the hell out of here. I'll be on my way. The innkeeper looks surprised, but I thought, you're out of the door before he finishes. Heading to find a field to bed down for free. You strike off into the fields and find a muddy dell in which to stretch out. The stars are out, forming the constellation of the ape, and you feel a certain peace despite the hulking shadow of the wall. If we don't eat something, we're gonna lose stamina. So we better do it. You eat a quantity of your cheese and bread and settle down to sleep. The sound of the city drift to you on the night air. Shouts and screams and the occasional district howl. You doze fitfully, turning over in your mind what the old man in jail told you of the spell lines required to open the north gate. Then, halfway through the night, you awaken to the sound of something scratching in the earth nearby. Draw my sword. Moving slowly, you slide the sword from its sheath in readiness. You see red glowing eyes and slavery teeth in the gloom. Is it a werewolf? But how can that be? The moon is only crescent. Let's see what spells are available to us. I'm not sure this would work because it's possible they're an intelligent creature. So that one's out, I think. We could summon a goblin. I'm tempted to do that because we have a lot of goblin teeth. don't have that. We could sharpen, but I don't think we should do that. Throw a fireball. Find safe passage. Create a shield. I'm thinking we'll summon a goblin. You toss down a tooth and cast your spell across it. The tooth appears to ignite, sending up a wisp of smoke, which then flattens out into the shape of a goblin warrior. He performs a ridiculous salute and then sets to attacking the werewolf. The fight is tense and close, and the goblin gets a few good strikes in, but one strong charge from the werewolf is too much. One moment, the beast has the goblin's throat between its jaws. The next, the goblin has vanished entirely. How many of these teeth do we have? 11, okay, yeah. Let's summon another one. Create another goblin. You throw down a second tooth. A second warrior appears, rattling his sword and shield to try to scare the werewolf away. Amazingly, it works, and the beast turns tail and runs off into the dark. The little goblin disappears in pursuit, and you are left alone. Interesting. Your dreams, when they come, are of the wall, like a towering monster, drenched in moss and slime. The gate, its wide-open maw. On its back is a host of guards, chanting a mantra too quiet for you to hear. Meanwhile, the one-armed prisoner throws the knuckles of his missing hand into the bench over and over, calling to himself. A wolf in shining armor howls at the sun, and it is as though you can see the crown sitting in the dust on the far side of the north gate, so close and yet out of reach. Alright, the next morning. You wake early, ready to begin your exploration of the city. Following the track for a few minutes, you reach a junction where 3 roads begin. These are the outskirts of Kare. Huts huddle like beggars on either side of the tracks, leading uphill into the city port. Pause to look around. It must be clear to everyone around you that you are a stranger in these parts. The city's inhabitants, a multitude of malevolent creatures who would kill for the laces of your boots, turn to watch you as they pass. You are sport, a figure to be jostled and robbed, the one who will most likely fall prey to the strange, elaborate systems of traps laid across Kare by the early settlers to protect themselves from one another. We look around. There are more people here than you've seen in a long time. You cast an eye across the faces, wondering if you can tell the good honest souls from the thieves and the murderers. To the left you see a group of scruffy youngsters walking up the road with packs on their back. To the right, the track heads toward fields. A hut stands proud a little further on. Look ahead. Ahead is the main road into the center of Kare, its surface rutted from cartwheels further in the distance. Rutted from cartwheels. Further in the distance, you see fields. This is the route taken by supply wagons to the docks. The business of this place is confusing, but you will have to simply strike out. You need to track down the city nobles and get the spell lines for the gate that the old man told you of. Just at that moment, a cart rolls down the road from the right and careens around a corner to take the main track ahead. On its back are stacked several crates. One teeters for a moment, then falls near your feet, its lid cracking open. Look in the crate. Kneeling down in the mud, You prise open the crate with your fingers. Inside is a pile of smashed bottles. Thick purple liquid swirls about, littered with the shards of glass. There are perhaps 4 bottles still intact. But you recognize the smell. It is Bloomberry, a potion with many healing properties. I'll take all 4 bottles. You take all the bottles, wipe them down as best as you can on the grass nearby, and put them into your pack. A lucky find indeed. Right, so those can double as rations, but they're also usable for that anti-disease spell. Festival of Thieves. Dwarf Town. So, they mentioned Dwarf Town as the location. But I kind of want to go to the Festival of Thieves. We're a thief. Bum bum bum. Alright, let's do it this way. You head right along the wide track until you reach a large hut. It is the only building on this path that is still standing. Either side are empty plots, once the houses of the farmers who planted the fields to the north. They are now collapsed and thick with gripweed. It seems that here, in the shadow of the city wall, is not a place people choose to live. Look at the remaining hut. By the side of the door to the hut is a sign, delicately painted, Chainmaker. The door is just a crack ajar, and from within you hear a gentle tinking sound, metal on metal, as though a creature in the chainmail dress was endlessly pacing the floor. Let's go inside. The Chainmaker. You push open the hut door and enter. It is dark inside. The floor is sawdust, and the air smells of oil, polish, and burnt metal. From the ceiling, hanging like ivy, are metal chains of all lengths and thickness, some suitable for machinery, some oxen, and others for arms and feet. The chains shift and whisper to themselves. There seems to be no one here. There's another room beyond, its door hanging open. Hello, is there anyone there, you call? There's a shuffling from beyond the far door, and a figure emerges. It is the Chainmaker. He is the Svin, one of the race that the man works in the village of Torpani. You what? You want chains? He says gruffly. Magic chain. Wait, what? You look around the shop at chain after unremarkable chain, but then one stands out. A short length of silver, which seems to move more energetically than those swaying on either side. The Chainmaker nods. Good chain, he says. Magic chain. What does it do? Magic, the stubborn creature replies. 5 gold pieces. He faces you up thinking you must be wealthy. I don't want it. You must hear that a lot running a chain shop. Direction to the north gate. Can't help, he shrugs. Not got any chains on it. Locked by a spell, 4 lines, and a dumb creature holds up 3 fingers to demonstrate. Couldn't care less about it. There's nothing more to be gained here. You leave the hut and step back onto the path. Maybe we should have taken the chain, but I feel like he was overcharging us. We really have a purpose for the chain. Ooh, we can stop to eat. That will be our meal for the day. Okay, you continue along the road. The land raises gently, a thin, meager scrub broken by rocky outcrops, like teeth through an infant's gum. Goats roam the slopes, paranoid, shifty creatures who flee at the sound of your footsteps. Suddenly, you could be back in the fields outside Curastanti. This part of the city port is barely inhabited, and certainly not somewhere the nobles would be found, but you may be able to learn some useful information from inhabitants all the same. So we'll stop to eat. I assume they mean there's a place to eat? Maybe they don't mean that. Because I don't want to waste my ration. Yeah, continue walking along the track and begin to hear the sound of a large crowd up ahead. There's some kind of market or fair happening further on near the river. You pass a dirt track on the left that leads away across the fields. But yeah, no, we want to go to the crowd. You continue along the road towards the noise. After a few minutes, you are walking between tall poles and rippling colored flags. People and creatures sprawl across the path, and several tents have been erected, their poles joined together by more flags. Approach. You ease your way into the edge of the gathered crowd. It all looks good-spirited and fun, and with so many people here, perhaps you'll pick up useful information about the spell lines in the city nobles. Look around. You keep one hand on your gold as you look around at the various events. There are a group of musicians playing a merry jig for a troupe of dancers. Elsewhere, a dwarf has trained a dancing bear on the lead. And on one side, watched by a hollering and cheering crowd, a ruffian is calling for challengers to take on his champion in bare-knuckle combat. It's quite a spirited affair. You walk to the south end of the fairground midway. A boy with a barrel stands off to one side, and a dull-looking tent stands near the river. There are more exciting stalls further north. What's in the small tent first? You approach a small tent. By the door, a young elven woman is collecting the entrance fee. 1 gold piece, she declares, winking at you. What's inside? Marco the Amuser, she replies, still smiling and winking. Perhaps there's something wrong with her other eye. He's very funny, 1 gold piece. Okay. The inside of the tent is dark, and there are no candles or lanterns, and the cloth is thick black velvet, preventing any sunlight leaking inside. In the center of the floor, a man with green hair is sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed. Look at the man. Ooh, you look over the man, he seems ordinary enough, except for his shock of green bright hair. We need a green wig, and if that's a wig, then we could use that as a magical item. He doesn't seem to notice you at all. There's a deep silence inside the tent. The business of the fair outside is quite forgotten. Oh, you step closer, expecting the man to leap up or react, or in fact do anything. But he simply sits there. As you approach to within arm's reach, from here it is clear his green hair is in fact a wig. So we want that wig. Let's see if there's any spells we can use for that. Cause suppression? Sense danger? Maybe we make him depressed and he drops it on the floor. Oh, can we read his mind? He is suppressing a gale of laughter. So, he's totally aware. So if we take it, he'll be angry, I'm sure. Ooh, we have different options now, though. Ooh, illusion of treasure. I wonder if that would work. No one to zap him. You cast the spell, and the man in front of you sighs and begins to look dejected. You don't think this is funny, do you? He complains. I don't know why I bother. With that, he removes the green wig from his head and flings it aside and goes to sit and sulk in the corner. Take the wig. Man doesn't seem to care. Apologize to the man. Oh God. Okay, but we got a green wig, that's cool. Alright, let's go to the barrel boy. Maybe there's some food in the barrel? Nah. Look in the barrel. You peer in the barrel. It is full of small hard apples. Most are blackened by disease, or else are shot through with maggot holes. Ew. Your apples are all rotten. One gold piece for 5 apples? I mean, they looked bad, but it could be an illusion somehow. Because you picked one up and it didn't have any problems. And we can always revert back if this was no good. Hardened by some disease into stones. A girl, possibly his sister, pops up behind another barrel and pulls a face at you. Throw the apple at her. Is this a game? Is it an apple throwing game? So anyway, that was just a waste, so let's not meet Barrel Boy. Oh, we have to do this again real fast. Make him depressed real fast. That was the wrong spell, actually. That was the wrong spell, Mom. Approach. I didn't want to slow him down. I need to depress him. Cause depression. There we go. Take the way. Apologize to him. Did you enjoy? I didn't get it. It's not real, so. Yeah, whatever. So we don't care about Barrel Boy. We continue up this way, though. Beer tent. You push your way through the crowds to the very heart of the fair and look around at the attractions. Yeah, we have the end of the midway, beer tent, dancing bear, top of the midway. So let's go to the beer tent. Maybe we can get some food here? Does beer count as food? What's on sale? So you say he... Wait, this is interesting. Just then, two creatures walked past. So you say he wasn't dead when they buried him, hisses the first. Not quite dead, the other replies. Enough undead you could talk to him. Follow the conversation. You move from the tent to listen to the creatures. Noble, is the first creature remarks. Why can't they just stay dead when they get dead? Couldn't agree more, the other replies. But at least they buried him anyway. One less noble for the boss to worry about. A creature disappears into the crowd. A noble who isn't quite dead. If he knows a spell wine, there might still be time to learn it. A stocky dwarf knocks into you briefly. Begging your pardon, he murmurs before slipping away into the crowd. Wait, did he just take our gold? I think he just stole 2 gold from us. Looking back, you notice a pipe running from the tent directly to the Jabaji River. It seems the beer isn't beer after all. Ew. From across the field comes a murmur of excitement. Then quite suddenly a small tornado lifts a tent sharply into the air and away. Crazy. Yeah, let's go to the dancing bear. You cross the fair to join a crowd gathered at a safe distance around a dancing bear. A dwarf stands in front of the bear, holding a lead that is fastened to a ring in the creature's nose. See my beauty dance, he growls, jerking the cord. The bear stumbles around in obvious pain. Yeah, we can't find whoever stole that gold, sadly, so... And we don't want the town guards on us. We're gonna watch for a moment. Oh shit, we just got heavily robbed. Chase. Well, that's not good. We're going back. Free the bear. Cast the spell. Ooh. The dwarf is clearly a rogue of some kind who does not deserve the attention of the crowd, and you wonder what the bear might do if the cord holding it back were cut. But there are several people in the way, and the dwarf is unlikely to let you near. Maybe if I could create create illusions. I don't have bracelet of bone. That. We can command the bear to do something. Ooh, he create a stench. Stench might do something. Ooh, I can read their mind. Oh, I got robbed in the process, though. Not worth it. Go back. Create a cinch. Nothing happens. There must be a Minimite nearby. And we still get robbed. Okay. So never mind. If we clap roll, oh yeah, no matter what happens, it's bad. So we're gonna go back to the beer tent. Before we were robbed at all. I'm getting the hell out of here. Yeah, and then we see the those coming out of the river, which is horrible. Damn festival of thieves trying to steal from us. You walk to the north end of the fairground midway. The fair continues from there, and a road leads away uphill. Musicians, bare knuckle fighting. End of the fair. We could try the bare knuckle fighting. You cross the fairground to a wrestling ring. A ruffian inside is announcing the current challenge. People of Kare, are you ready for a fight? In the white corner we have a challenger, Anvar the Barbarian. Anvar is about half as tall as you again. So they're like 50% taller than us. With sheets of muscles on his arms and legs. But he is probably lighter than the ogre, which will mean he has less momentum. And in the black corner, the brawling champion of Kare, the one they call Skull Splitter, the ogre Kedgao of Dadule. The ogre looks as thick as any ogre you might meet. But he is made of solid muscle, its arms and legs like the twisted bark of trees. Challenger, are you ready? Demands the ruffian. Anvar nods and beats his chest. Ooh, can we do a bet? Rob him? Or place a bet? So we tried to rob him. You grab him by the scruff of the neck. Walking around with half the crowd's gold, you tell him, and I want it. There's a sudden lancing pain in your stomach. You look down to see blood trickling down the bookkeeper's wrist. He stares at you, horrified. I don't control them, he says. They're enchanted against threats, you see. Go for your sword, but you only get an inch from the sheath before your wrist is suddenly pinned to your side. I'm so sorry, but if you keep threatening me... You step back from the bookmaker. It begins to... that was just all bad. We lost a lot of life in cinema. We gotta rewind that. Okay. Looked him over. Watch the fight. Cast a spell. What can we do during battle? We read somebody's mind, maybe? Tell? Read the ogre's mind. You read the ogre's mind but find no particular thoughts except one, a sound, playing over and over. It is the sound of an arm bone snapping in two. The ogre roars with rage and powers forward against the barbarian, landing a mighty blow. Now the ogre looks on good form, but then the barbarian comes back with an unexpected thump. Now you get to reread the other guy's brains. You turn your attention to the barbarian. He seems quite distracted, apparently thinking about someone he left sleeping in the inn this morning. He'll never win a fight with that attitude. Finally, it is all over. With a single throw, Skull Splitter, the ogre, throws Anvar, the barbarian, clear out of the ring. The crowd goes wild. Inside the ring, the master of the fight raises the ogre's fist in the air. Who challenges our champion? The prize is 10 gold pieces. I challenge him, you cry. All eyes turn to look at you. The fight master beams. We have a stranger taking up the challenge. He declares, let her through. Can I do a spell on him? The crowd parts and you are helped up into the ring. Under his breath, the fight master outlines the rules. A fair fight, no magic, and pound your opponent until they can't stand. Ready? You wish to glance at your opponent. He is a hulking brute, like all ogres. A creature who could almost be made out of stone. In the black corner then, the ruffian announces, is Skull Splitter. In the white corner, the ruffian turns to you and hisses, what should I call you? The Anal Lander. Oh, Jesus. This is not going to go well. Or is it? The ogre raises its fist in the air and makes a roaring noise that brings a similar response from the crowd. The bell rings, and you charge forward, roaring and bellowing. It charges straight at you. You meet in a heavy collision of bodies, and everyone in the crowd is surprised when the ogre falls back onto the mat, and you emerge still standing. Ooh. Not good, I should have done the small attack. You strike again, moving swiftly. You aim for his heart. The ogre blocks your blow. You drop in a defensive crouch. The ogre is performing for the crowd and swaggers across the ring, hoping to knock you casually aside. You dodge the weight of his blow, though the effort of avoiding it still wears you down. Oh, jeez. Readying a forceful blow, you hurtle forward. The ogre drops into a defensive crouch, moving with more speed than you'd expect. The ogre stumbles suddenly, crashing into the ropes at the side of the ring. A gasp goes up from the crowd. You lunge forward again, preparing a heavy swing. You charge for your opponent as the ogre swings for your head. The ogre howls with rage as it stumbles and hits the mat. For a moment, you even think it might stay down, but then slowly, like a crumbling cliff, it picks itself to its feet once more. Oh god, I think it's probably gonna hurt us if we do this, but let's try it. Yeah. You try a heavy punch, but the ogre knees you in the chest, knocking the wind out of you. The ogre is holding back. Someone in the crowd is shouting the advice. Kick out his knees. Moving quickly, you go to a straight lunge for his eye. The ogre staggers back, gasping, its stupid eyes blinking in surprise, summoning the last ounce of strength in your arms. You raise your hands linked in a fist and bring them down, knocking the ogre out cold. Nice, we got 10 gold out of that. You stagger from the ring, the crowd cheering for you, and collect your winnings. Musicians. You head over to where a crowd are watching a troupe of dancers who spin and dance in time to a lively tune. There is something quite hypnotic about the performance. Uh-oh. They're trying to hypnotize people? Well, I was hoping for a towel. But we could jig them. You cast the spell and begin to play your pipe. While the other dancers already setting a wonderful mood, the spell's effects are magnified. But soon, the entire crowd is dancing and jigging with each other. It is quite a sight. 100 of Kari's strange and wonderful creatures, all waving their arms and stomping their feet. After about half an hour, the crowd grows tired and wanders off arm in arm, claw in claw to see the other attractions of the fair. One of the musicians approaches you. Nice work, he says. Not often we get a talented amateur for the thieves' dance. The crowd will think you were a stooge. The thieves' dance? It's just a name, he looks at you with a canny eye. Pack, sword, battle, scars. You're not from Kai, are you? Not just here to enjoy the fair. Maybe you can help me. Maybe I can. The musician drops down to the dirt, puts out a hand. My name is Jura, and it's good to meet you. So, he says, you helped us get enough coins to pay for our night. How can I help you? I need to find the city nobles. Jura looks at you for a long moment, clearly surprised but not questioning you. Well, he says finally, you won't find them at a fair like this. They say Sansis has been locked up in the council for the last few months, and as for the others, no one knows where they've gone. I tried the other side of town. There's at least one big house that belongs to a noble. He's a scholar by the name of Lorag. Who is Sansis? First noble of Kara, he replies, and I wouldn't forget the name either if I were you. We're staying at the Meat and Cleaver by the docks. I wouldn't recommend anywhere else, if you value your freedom. I'll see you there, he winks him, heads off into the crowd from across the field. The dancing bear seems to have run amok. Certainly the crowd around the dwarf is shouting and fighting. The event seems to be closed. You push your way through the crowd, following the road uphill. The party is getting wilder, and you would do well to be away from here before things get out of hand. At the far edge of the fair, the litter has left a tide mark on the grass, and there is one last small tent here, probably a ticket booth that has simply been ignored by the crowds of Kare. Looking more closely, you spot a sign above the door, Cabinet of Fortune. Try your luck, a prize for all. Looking back, you see what looks like one of the tents going up in flames. It must be part of the entertainment, as no one seems too concerned. In fact, a great cheer goes up as one of the strings of flags collapses into the bonfire. Ahead, the road continues through empty fields and patches of rubble-strewn wasteland, but it climbs, so it must be heading for the center of Kare. Steam rises from a large building beside a fork in the road. You have time to test your luck, no doubt, if you wanted. Well, yeah, Cabinet of Fortune. You go over to the tent and push back the flap. Inside, a grubby, bearded man leaps up from where he was sitting cross-legged on the floor and comes over to pump your hand. "Welcome, welcome, my friend," he exclaims, somewhat over-enthusiastically. "And let's see what prize you can win today. You must know this. There are no losers at Honest Hana's Cabinet of Fortune." He gestures with one hand toward a large glass cabinet in the center of the tent. You step forward and peer in through the glass. Inside, there are piles of jewelry, books, gold, and other things, as well as a small wiry creature curled up fast asleep. "What is that creature, you ask?" "My little pet," Hana explains. "He's perfectly harmless. Well, he bites, but only when you open the cabinet to feed him." "How much does it cost?" Honest Hana replies, waving a finger in the air and acting as though he is pleased that you have passed his little test. "You are clearly no chicken in the springtime. The cabinet costs 2 gold piece to play. If you don't have 2 gold piece, then I'm afraid I don't care for you. But if you do, spend them with me." Let's, read his brain. You put on the skull cap and quickly cast your spell. Hana watches you with curiosity, but is not alarmed, and as you read his thoughts, you can see why. He is as honest as his nature suggests, and he is not trying to trick you. The Cabinet of Fortune has some false prizes and some true ones, but is not rigged. With the skull cap on, you catch one other strange thought in my room. You reach out for the new thoughts. The thoughts are resentful, strong, and clear. "A prisoner to my idiot boy," it says. "I told Sansis that any wizard would be able to protect himself. When I get out of here, I'm really going to kill that miserable Lorag. Noble or not, the boy too. These thoughts, evil, cold, and miserable, go round and round, but with no more clue as to where they're coming from. You remove the skull cap, and the sensation fades." "A prayer for luck," Hana remarks. "I'm aware of your actions. A good idea. Now, will you play?" You pay 2 gold pieces, and Hana goes over to the cabinet and presses the small button on the side. It seems to operate a cantilevered spike, which pokes the creature, who squeals, jumps from his perch, and begins fluttering around inside the case. "What now?" you ask. You can try to influence its choice by shouting at it, Anna explains. The angrier you make it, the better the prize, usually. I'm not sure why. As if to make a point, the creature picks up a ruby ring, then smiles and drops it, and flies to the top of the tank. Right, we know what he hates, which is Hana, Lorag, and Sansis. Bracelet made of knuckle bones. The good prize. I think that actually is a really good prize. Wait a minute. Bracelet of bone. Yeah. What is that for? We can make an illusion. Okay, that sounds powerful. Alright, let's follow the road. Leave the fair behind you and climb through fields toward the outskirts of the buildings until you reach a fork in the road. The slum districts of Lower Kare are unlikely places to find nobles, but you might be able to learn their names or where they are hiding. In the elbow of the fork is a grand, well-kept building. Steam pumps from its roof. A creature emerges, looking refreshed and flushed. It is a bathhouse. We could restore him a little bit of stamina. You step into the cool bathhouse. It is a wide building of marble tiles and a sweet smell of pine and fresh wood. Gentle noises echo and murmur around the walls. A creature by the front desk greets you with a smile. Good afternoon, my lady, it purrs. The water is cool and fresh today. A swim costs 4 gold pieces. Is it worth it? Oh, very, the creature replies. I mean, we can easily afford it, but I feel like we'd just rather find a food vendor somewhere. You shake your head to the creature behind a desk. I don't think it's for me. The creature returns to picking the dirt from its fingernails. You step outside onto the street. I'm thinking we go this sort of way instead of just straight north. You head along the clifftop road into an area of larger, more impressive buildings. The road passes through the ruins of a grand building. It, and what must have been once been a glorious morning room. An ornamental pool is all that remains. Moss grows through the cracks in its tiled sides. You walk over to the pond despite its great age. It seems well tended and the water is surprisingly clear. A small scarlet fish darts out from behind a stone as you watch. Bubbles rise from its mouth, and as they break, you hear the breath of words. Something glints at the bottom of the pool. Here we go, try to yap. Talk with animals, because you have the green-haired wig now. You pull the wig onto your head and incant your spell, then put your ear close to the water. The fish rises to the surface, and the next bubbles that emerges are understandable as clear words. The fish says, "Cold in here, cold, cold in here." You know about the North Gate fish? Fish, you ask. I need to get to the North Gate. Can you help me? The fish swims around in circles. No amount of magic is going to make a fish understand what the North Gate is. Which way should I go? Some go left. They don't come back. Some go right. They come back. This could be useful advice, but unfortunately it's not all clear which way the fish is facing. Right. Why would we trust a fish anyway? Look deeper into the pond. Your eyes trace the second gleam. Not a fish this time, but a gold piece. Someone must have thrown it into the water for luck. I don't want to get bitten by the fish or something. Let's just go. You follow the cleft-top road, looking down over the fields of Kare. You can see workers still breaking their backs in the setting sun. Halfway along, you pass a creature with a signboard slung around its neck. The board is painted with the message, "Doom comes, a world ending." So basically, it's like a doomsday cult. Always? Kari crumbles, the creature declares dramatically. We tumble like a cliff into the sea. Do you know? And all who go there will be destroyed. All right. It's like he's not finishing his sentence fully. Because he's like, do you know? And all who go there will be destroyed. I agree, you declare firmly. You speak the truth. The creature straightens its back. Then the weight of the signboard bends it low once more. The council has abandoned us, he replies. There is a stir of revolution. The people will live in fear and they do not listen. A revolution? Fire burns in the deep, the creature replies. 1,000 angry voices wait to rise. So my music stopped. Go below and you shall find the king. Wait. The king is a noble, right? The king is down below. What king? So the creature was like in a trance there. I didn't even know that it was talking to us. Okay, hold on. Let me find some other music. Okay, that should do us. Oh, right. So into the plaza. Ooh, it's a market too. That's good. This is a stone plaza where people meet to eat in the evenings. It's a busy spot and the smell of sizzling meat and broth fills the eat with sweet smoke. It makes you hungry. Makes your hungry stomach growl like a caged bear. The main road leads away along the cliff, and another road leads left and upwards. I kind of want to go there eventually, but I feel like we should go to the market first. Get some food. You slip into the shadow of the market. It is clearly after hours. The carpet and trinket sellers have packed away. Aww. Bizarre food vendors, booting up their shops with planks, chains, gates, and the occasional troll guard. And instead, food vendors have set up along the winding corridors and intersecting passages of this great building. The smells are incredible. Spices, meats, wine, and the echoes of slam mugs and sizzling pans are almost deafening. You wander the corridors for a while, letting the smells tickle your stomach. There seem to be 3 main cuisines available: hill fox broth, rat bear stew, and a lentil curry with strange orange vegetables. The meat is in general more expensive than the vegetables, costing 6 gold pieces instead of 4. Watch the people. You hang back a moment, watching the creatures passing by. Several are eating meals that carry with them on their thick thick leaves, shoveling them into their mouths with forks, claws, or prehensile tongues. You can't help noticing that most of them seem to be vegetarian. They must be poor. Or there's another reason. I'm thinking the lentil curry. You buy yourself the lentil curry for 4 gold pieces, and it's delicious and warming. You feel much better for it. Hunger fully abated, you head for the exit once more. The market probably has several ways out, but is thick with people, and after several minutes of wandering, you find yourself emerging back into the plaza you came from. Yeah. Night has fallen. The main road leads back along the cliff, and another road leads towards the wall. I can go back this way? Now let's go north. You take the side road and climb up a winding street. It is quieter now, and there are fewer creatures on the streets. The streets are likely to be dangerous after dark. You should find somewhere to sleep. Well, we don't have anywhere to sleep currently. The road underfoot becomes better paved. You are in a residential street, but where the lower floors of the houses have all been covered up by boards, there is no one about. But from the windows of the higher stories, you hear the sounds of people talking, carousing, arguing, and snoring. A little further along, and the road picks up at a wall of stone. through which somebody has hewn a narrow archway, perhaps with a mining pick. Squeezing through, you find yourself in a slightly wider lane that leads left and right. You stand almost at the foot of the city wall once more. The road runs from the right and uphill to the left. A fountain dribbles water into a stony bowl. Don't need any water. We'll go left. The road climbs further, looping back on itself as it climbs. Several little alleys disappear off between homes and buildings on either side. This area of town is a spider web that would easily lose oneself in. You pass a shop with a brass sign above its door, Metalworkers Guild. You open the door and enter a small building to find a messy workshop, littered with pipes, tubes, and barrels that leak hot gases into the air. A gnome and a troll are leaning over the innards of some kind of machine, tinkering and turning spanners. They don't notice you come in. You call out to the pair and wave, but they are so engrossed in their work they do not notice you. But something does. From the corner of the room you hear a squeal and see a movement. You look around and your attention is caught by a brass statuette of a pig standing on hind legs. It seems quite rare. It seems quite rare except that as you watch, it hiccups. You watch the two metalworkers, and this time you tap on them on the shoulder. The troll turns, staring at you blankly, chomping his upper lip with his oversized teeth. The gnome is more friendly, lifting up his eye shield and smiling. "Ignore my dumb friend," he beams. "Welcome to our little shop." You make any plate armor? Plate armor? Thinking of the strange werewolf you encountered overnight. Plate armor, the gnome replies, shaking his head. "No, you want a blacksmith for that. We do articulated pieces, you see? Things that move." "Tell me how that statue works." "What, our little piggy? That's one of Ranglesh's creations. And unbelievably," he pats the dumb-looking troll on the shoulder, and the troll coughs twice. "It's an articulated automaton." Seeing your confusion, he clarifies. "It runs on magic gas." "The troll really built that? He may not look like much, but he's one of the best metal workers in the city," the gnome replies. "Raglesh here has commissioned, or was commissioned by the last first noble, and that is the first noble before this one, to make the grand statue of Matak that stands in the north of the city, if you've ever seen it." "Well then, you should stand outside the halls of Waladra. Great Lula creation. Runs on Steam. You wouldn't know to look at it, though. The access panel is in the left leg, but it's beautifully integrated into the design, if I do say so myself." "Why does it sense you need a panel?" The gnome shakes his head sadly. "No one understands. Do you know any spells for the North Gate? The gnome barks a surprised laugh, almost knocking himself over. No, he exclaims. That's wizardin, which is about as far from what we do as eggs are from cooked eggs. I know, the gnome remarks to his friends. No one understands what we do. I feel fascinating. The troll picks up a spanner and drops it again. What is this place? Apparently got a clue out of that. You emerge from a narrow winding alley into an open space. On the far side, the Jabaji River slides past, its surface strewn with flotsam and jetsam dredged up from fallen parts of the city. The sails of the boats at anchor billow and snap. In the breeze, you've reached the docks, the beating heart of Kare. Hold on one moment. Any call? Alright, in the back. Let's look around. There are 2 or 3 ships moored for the night, and the space between them and the road is filled with a huge number of stalls and little shops, selling everything from fishing tackle to sailing blocks to barrels of woodlouse rum. And thanks, Nargo. This must be a thriving marketplace during the day. With night approaching, it is a maze of booths, cloth. A single bridge crosses the river here, operated by ropes to let the tall ships through. Right now, the bridge is up to allow ships to sail through undisturbed. Okay, we need to find a place to sleep. There are 2 inns visible from here. The Wayfarer's Rest and the Meat and Cleaver. The second one is the one Jira the musician recommended. Or we can just sleep out anywhere. But yeah, I'm thinking we'll take his advice. The Meat and Cleaver is a small, grimy place that looks like it's been converted from a wood store. Rats run across the floor, and the customers at the tables look haggard and tired, as if just smelling the air is draining them. By the bar, a stooped and hunched innkeeper wipes his beer mugs with a filthy handkerchief. You look about for Jira, but eventually it is he who spots you, waving from a particular dark corner of the inn. Come and sit with us, he calls. We've got food to share and company. We don't really need food, I guess, but we'll sit with him. Thank you. You follow him to his table and sit down with 3 others that you recognize from the performance at the fair earlier. Their table is spread with delicacies, fried hill fox feet, curried ball-eye beans, and a thin green plant in oil that might be stewed grass. You eat greedily. So, Jira says pleasantly, how have you enjoyed your day in Kare? Any luck finding nobles? I looked but found none. I'm not surprised, Jira replies. You'd do better trying to find a shred of decency in Sansa's heart than find the nobles he's been running out of town. The others laugh, but one of the dancers shakes her head, saying softly, he's not run any out of town. If they were out, he wouldn't be able to control them. He's crippled them all instead. Jira introduces his friend with a gesture. This is Almira. She's a dancer, but don't let that fool you. She's a thoughtful soul, if there ever was one. Almira nods her head. Crippled how? You ask Almira. Almira shrugs. One blind, one dead, one undead, but buried in the necropolis anyway, so I hear. She smiles, and then drops her eyes to her beer. Jira crunches on a battered skunk bear toe. So, he says, are you staying here the night? I say yes. He nods. You're a brave man. What? I don't know many... First of all, we're not a man. I don't know how many as would risk the beds at the Heated Reaver, or whatever this place is called. The owner makes some good rat bone fritters, but he's a few giblets short of a casserole. Where should I stay? The other inn isn't bad, though I hear that Vic tends to scoop up the drunks. Then I won't drink. Who is he? Who is he? Vic? Jira pulls a grim face. I wouldn't say Vic is a good man to know, or rather, there's many who know him and wish they didn't. Vic's a bad man, head of the slave ring, and looking to be head of a lot more, or so I hear. Almira agrees. They say he intends to overrun the council. That's impossible, but if he's planning it, I suspect he has a trick up his sleeve. What kind of trick? She shakes her head. I have no idea, but Vic is a very clever man, indeed, and not afraid to work in the league with sorcerers in the darker arts. Jira tries to lighten the tone, raising a toast with his mug. You mentioned a blind noble. Where can I find him? Almira shrugs. How would I know? There's a lot of beggars in Kare. Jira sighs. It's late. We should be going. Almira nods and takes his hand. Arm in arm, they bid you farewell and leave the inn. That's weird, because originally they told us to stay here. The place is too disgusting for us. Back to the docks? You still need to find somewhere to stay the night. We could do an alley. You make your way inside the Wayfarer's Rest. It's a lively and bustling place. The innkeeper behind the bar is trying to serve numerous creatures, all demanding ale at the same time, while around the tables, salted types and buxom wenches are laughing together and singing shanties. You fight your way through the creatures to the bar, with a thumb on the bar top. You catch the innkeeper's attention. Greetings. Nice place you have here. The innkeeper nods at you. He's clearly impressed by your dress and well-educated tone. And what be your purpose in these air parts? multiple figures. Three, buying the food as rations. No. He would have paid for a room. Hand over 4 gold pieces. For a moment, the attention of every other creature at the bar is distracted by the shine. Then the innkeeper slips the gold coins into his belt, and conversation resumes. That's weird. He jerks a thumb to the staircase in one corner. Go up whenever you like. A ruffian knocks over a dwarf's muggle ale. The fight that brings out is short, sharp, and ends with the heel of an axe, breaking the ruffian's nose. A great cheer goes up and the innkeeper replaces the ale free of charge. You push your way back out of the crowd at the bar. The angry dwarf in one corner suddenly leaps to his feet, shouting, "Enough talking then. Let's show the council what we think of them now." I guess we should talk to the dwarf? You make your way over to the group of dwarves in the corner who are still arguing loudly about something. You were talking about the council? The group falls instantly quiet. Every face turns toward the angry dwarf who shouted. "You for it now," one hisses to him. I'm supposed to say, "I'm a traveler." "I'm a traveler," you reply reassuringly. "I'm new to the city." The dwarf nods. "Then you're welcome." He slaps the bench beside him. "Sit down and I'll tell you why we should burn the council building down tonight." "Alright, tell me." "You take a seat." "As I was saying," the dwarf continues, "the council are ruining this city, and it's time we took the fight to them. Who's with me?" "I don't know, Sacksmith," another replies, more sheepishly. "After all, things aren't that bad around here." Sacksmith turns to you, and what do you say? "The city is run by villains." Exactly, Sacksmith agrees. "The council are thieves. Us honest dwarfs have no way to protect ourselves." "Well," the sheepish dwarf says, "what would you do?" A light gleams in the dwarf's eyes. "I know where the council is," Sacksmith says. "My father helped dig it, see?" "Dig?" "You heard me," Sacksmith replies. "I'll take you on one condition. When we get there, you help me split the first noble's skull." "It's time Sansis lost his crown," he laughs. "It's a deal." You reply coolly. "Maybe you can get the spell lines before the skull is really split open." "Then let's go," Sacksmith declares, knocking back his beer and jumping to his feet. "Wait, I paid for a room." Sacksmith marches away down the dock, and you hurry after him. He will lead you to the council, and perhaps the city nobles themselves. They may even be persuaded to open a way for you, if they learn the importance of your mission. How do you plan to attack? "The tower is built on several levels," the dwarf replies, whispering in case the empty streets should overhear. "I suggest we start at the top and make our way down." "How will you reach the top?" He frowns at you. "That part will be the easy part," he replies. "I'll walk in like somebody else." "So where is the council?" you ask. "You don't know?" the dwarf replies, genuinely surprised. You're new in town then. I'm quite new. Excellent, the dwarf replies. An unprovoked attack from, by a stranger from out of the city? That can't be traced back to us. Meeting you has been most fortunate. You climb a small rise. Below you, the lights of the city port are going dark. But where is the council building? The council tower is the tallest building in Kare, but it's also the best hidden, he replies, cryptically. I know where it is because I'm a dwarf. He is, the dwarf declares, stopping outside what appears to be an ordinary house. Wait here, I will go in first. And with that, he disappears through the door. Look over the house. The house into which the dwarf has gone is just that. Surely, the windows are thick with bottle glass, and the door is tarred wood, studded with rivets and painted black. The roof only a single story up is overgrown with weeds. Other identical dwellings stand either side. Still, nothing. The building in front of you does not seem like any council chamber. It looks more like the home of a baker or seamstress. Perhaps this is a trap? Look through the windows. You peer through one of the windows, but the glass is so thick and heavily streaked on the inside with candle grease that you cannot make out anything. We'll wait. You wait. The dwarf does not reappear. Let's wait longer. Minutes pass. How long do we wait? You wait, the dwarf does not reappear. Minutes pass, time passes. In the distance, you hear the sound of cartwheels rattling down the cobbles from the dock. They are quickly lost in the bustle of Lower Kare. You hear the footsteps of guards marching past. Perhaps they will come here, but then they turn away. This place, it seems, is not even important enough to warrant a visit. Long minutes pass. Time passes. More time passes. Minutes pass. I guess waiting is not the answer. Try the door. Ignoring the dwarf's instructions, you try the door. It is unlocked. You are in a wide room. Chairs line the walls, but there is no other furniture. And if this is someone's house, then it has been meticulously robbed. But if not, you cannot see what the function it does serve. But it cannot be abandoned. A fire in the hearth blazes out heat. There is no sign of Saxsmith anywhere, but there are also no other doors. Find safe passage? How might be good. Sus. try how. Although I think it's just gonna tell us the safe passage is out the door we came in. A calm voice tells you that there's only one exit from this room, and that is by the door. You go over to the fire to warm your hands. It seems normal enough, and it's hot enough to roast a pig. A voice booms from out of nowhere. Please, it says, be seated. You choose a seat close to the fire and sit down. Something strange happens the moment you take your weight off your feet. It's as though the far wall no longer exists. In its place is a long hallway, lined with cloth banners and torches on brass poles. 2 guards stand in its place in a long hallway lined... wait. 2 guards stand halfway down the hallway, and between them you see Saxsmith, deep in conversation. And you wait. You hang back and watch the scene. I'm sorry, the first guard is saying. The council is in session and cannot be disturbed. In session, squeals Saxsmith. Everyone knows the council has run from the city. Census has killed them all off. The guard smiles tightly in reply. The dwarf looks enraged. She is turning purple. We'll go over and help him. I'm afraid the council is in session, the guard repeats louder now. Wait and watch. That's a lie, Saxsmith replies fiercely. Everyone knows the council has disbanded. There's no one behind that door. The first noble is behind that door in session. Let's see, let's cast some spells. Can we read his mind? Ooh. What if, Okay, we'll try the reading the mind first. But otherwise we can create an illusion. You cast the spell, slipping on the cloth's skull cap, and directing your inner ear towards the first guard. He seems to be quite tired and sick of guarding the council door. It seems they have been standing watch over it for the last 2 months, ever since the first noble. But since the first noble is still inside, they cannot leave. Listen to the second guard. You turn your attention to the second guard. He seems to be more concerned about how to spend the money he stole while doing his rounds today. They do something else. So we know that one of the guards has committed thievery. But I want to try this one. Hid. I think we do this with the, yeah, because we have the Bracelet of Bones. Okay. You cast the spell, readying the power of illusion to cast over the first guard. But what illusion will you create? Make the guard believe the first noble is here. You create the illusion of that the first noble enters the room from the council chamber. The first guard salutes and stands to attention, and loses all interest in blocking the doorway. Saxsmith storms inside. This is the main council chamber of Kare, a wide room with a domed roof supported by tall pillars, ornately carved with monsters, serpents, and instruments of torture. In the center, 12 throne-like seats are arranged in a circle, with one on a raised dais, presumably the seat of the first noble. All are empty. A chalk circle has been drawn just inside the ring of thrones. At last, the dwarf declares, proof. He strides forward, clearly intending to seat himself on the first noble's throne. I'll hang back. You hang back, watching to see what happens. He approaches the center of the room where the chalk circle is marked. Then, perhaps you blinked or perhaps the dwarf ducked suddenly from sight, but where a moment he was standing, there's nothing, and the room is quite empty. You approach the chalk circle cautiously. It appears to just be what it seems, a circle inscribed with or on the stone floor of the room. The only remarkable thing about it is how perfect it is. It is a flawless curve. Walk around the chairs. You make a slow circle of the chairs, finding nothing unusual. It is an ordinary room, empty, quiet. The dwarf is gone. You notice the chairs all have names on their backs. Look at the names. The throne of the first noble has the name Sansis, embossed in gold leaf on the back. The names of the others are smaller and fashioned from plain iron. Mulas, Tiffin, Lorag, Shinva, Jiren, and Titha. It would seem that none of the chairs have been sat in for a very long time. Sit in the throne. Doesn't seem to do anything. You walk back to the first noble's chair and lower yourself down, crossing your legs and surveying the room. Okay, walk into the circle. You step toward the chalk circle. You feel nothing as you cross the boundary, but one moment you're in the council chamber, then your foot touches nothing inside and you are falling. You land with a splash in dark and filthy water. This is a tunnel filled with the worst stench you could imagine. Things splash and scurry through the darkness. You pass a heap of black cloth. A huddled creature? Investigate. You creep over to the huddled rags, the shape of a man leant over, clutching his knees, but it does not seem to be moving. Touch it. It collapses at the slightest touch and you breathe a sigh of relief. Just a piled up cloak, discarded by some previous unfortunate who traveled this way. Examine the cloak. You sift through the heavy cloth. This was a fine cloak once, before it was left to rot down here. Stitch on the back is a number 1 in a circle. Waterlogged, the cloak is too heavy to carry away and has no pockets, however, and no hidden gold. But it proves that others have come this way before. The sewer turns a corner here, with other tunnels blocked by filth-strewn wreckage. Search the wreckage. You steel yourself and dig through the foul filth in the wreckage. Try not to vomit from the stench. You come across a small glass bottle. Blunberry, okay. So we have 5 Blunberry potions now, I believe. You walk onwards through the dark sewer, then suddenly the tunnel opens into a low chamber. You stand, ankle deep in filth, in a square chamber. Icy droplets fall from the ceiling. The smell is terrible. But this is not just any sewer. In a corner of the room is a pile of rags. Someone or something lives down here. You dig into the rags and clothing. They must have formed someone's bedding, as they could never have been clothing. Strips of odd squares of cloth of all different kind. They have probably been scavenged from what people threw down the drains into the sewers. Dig through carefully. Digging through some old pockets, you find a few gold pieces. Suddenly, you find yourself itching and scratching. The rags are covered in fleas, and now they're biting you. The thought occurs to you, perhaps this is not the hiding place of a beggar, but the nest of some terrible beast? A sudden rush of water floods the chamber. soaking up to the waist. A moment later, it has washed away once more, but there might be more coming. Despite your concerns, you stop to look around the walls of the chamber. Aside from the pile of rags, there's nothing else here. No stash of food or weapons, no signs of the inhabitant. Then you notice on the far wall some scratches on the stone. A mark of time, perhaps? Suddenly, something growls in the darkness, and a tunnel behind you. Look up to see a dark, stooped shape approach you fast. It is a rat bear. We could talk to the rat bear. Maybe. Conk with animals. You pull on the green wig and cast the spell, then turn to the rat bear and declare boldly, "Hold still." The creature is so surprised to hear you speak that it obeys, squatting down in a submissive crouch. "Don't hurt me," it moans. "I'm just a small ratling, nothing more." Answer me a question, you declare. Who lived in this room? I don't. The rat bear bashes its head twice against the floor. I don't know, a man, he didn't speak, an old, knobbly, wiry man. He was here for 2 days, but then the goblins came and put a crown on his head and he left. Goblins? Goblins are clever. They made it seem that he stole the crown from them, but I saw it. They put it on his head. Suddenly the creature roars with anger and rage. "Don't speak to me." Do we just order it away, or do we... I guess it doesn't really know anything. Turn and leave. The rat bear gulps, then turns and sinks into the tunnel from where it came. You breathe a huge sigh of relief, remembering to take the wig off first so that you won't overhear you. You make your way carefully around the cesspool to the middle of the room, to the far side where the marks are faintly visible in the gloom. They're not just notches but letters, and perhaps once they were full words, but they've been worn away by the flowing water, or else filled in with slime and dirt. It looks as though it might have once been a poem. Still shaking from your encounter with the rat bear, you steady your heartbeat and peer at the markings on the wall. You can make out the following through the muck. Korga's Grace, 1 lock deep inside, I bid you. There's nothing more to be done here. If you ever wish to see daylight again, you must move on. Walk onwards through the sewer. Shadowy shapes loom out of the darkness, then disappear as you move close. You walk for what seems like an hour, maybe more. The tunnel tilts lower and lower. Perhaps you are going underneath the river? The sound of fast rushing water fills the tunnel. What spells is it offering right now? Force field? The wind gust? How to escape? Sus? Ooh, we need a green ring so we can do teleportation. That'd be nice. So perhaps this is dangerous, the water coming? Suddenly, you realize the sound is not coming from close by the tunnel or through the walls. The sound is coming towards you. Somewhere, a wall of water is approaching. An old dam must have given way, and the river water is now flooding the tunnel. We could pray for aid. We haven't really prayed for anything. You stop still and try to clear your mind to raise a prayer to the ape. You feel a great calm wash down over you. Then a moment later, it is the wave that is the breaking across your body, knocking you flying like a rag doll. The water wrenches you from the floor and throws you into a spinning spiral. You can see nothing but the murk and the filth. At least you think wirily. You're getting awash. You feel the calm of the ape in your mind. Whether you'll be protected or not, you cannot tell. But at least you feel in control. You swim back against the current. It is like wrestling a 12-limbed octopus bear, and every time you think you've made progress, another eddy knocks you spinning forward again. I feel like I'm doing the wrong thing, but I want to keep trying it. It can't last much longer. Alright, swim down to escape the flow. Uh-oh. You turn and fin down towards the bottom of the sewer, hoping to escape the worst of the current. Near the ground, the water is slower, and you're thrown around less violently, but you're still running out of air. The air in your lungs gives out. There's nothing you can do. Your mouth opens and the filthy water of the Jabaju River flows into your lungs. You have drowned in the sewers under Kare. Your adventure is at an end. That's hilarious. But of course we can just go back. So in this case, we'll just do a force field, right? Nervously, you cast your spell, binding a tight force field around yourself. It will not last for long, but should anything happen soon, the force field should protect you from the worst of it. That done, you keep walking, the sound of rushing waters growing louder. Shelter in an alcove. I'm sure that's still the protection of the force field, right? You dive into an alcove in the side of the tunnel as the great wave pounds into the tunnel, but it fills the sewer completely, and you're quickly pulled from your hiding place, as though by 1,000 hands, and submerged. The water wrenches you from the floor and throws you into a swirling spiral. You can see nothing but the murk and the filth. Ooh, your force field holds against the force of the water, however, providing you with a pocket of breathable air. You need to escape before it runs out. Swim up for a ceiling duct? The current is whipping you this way and that, like a Fledelberg in a thunderstorm. It is all you can do to work out which way is up and which way is down. You fight and struggle to get your body under control, losing valuable seconds of air. Force field has trapped some, but it will soon run out. Swim down to escape the flow. You push up to swim with the current, which tears you along the length of the sewer. The force field protects you against bashes and knocks. The ground level is rising below. At some point, perhaps you will break the surface of the water, but it has not happened yet. You cannot last much longer. You swim up towards the roof of the sewer, hoping to find an air pocket to refresh your breath, but you are out of luck. Your force field bashes the arc stone ceiling, which is fully submerged. Even the ducts running up are filled with water. There's no air to be had down here. Lungs bursting, you reach a duct in the ceiling. Once inside, it wrenches you upwards with powerful force. The stonework either side is a blur, and you crash, scrape, and bang on the sides, but harmlessly thanks to your force field. Then suddenly you're spat into the wider, colder water, lit above from the silvery light. You are outside. No, you survived. All our water damageable possessions have been ruined. Thankfully, the pages of your spellbook are protected, and your fleas are washed away. Do we have... Oh, we lost our rations. I don't think we really lost anything. Oh, we lost that spell page book. That spell page that we had. Partial spell page. But that's about it. That and one ration, so that's not bad. What if we dive under? Well, we made it to the other side at least. You look around in the darkness. The far bank is less populated than the near bank. There is no inns, no market stalls, just a single path disappearing into the darkness between large stone buildings. You are too tired from your swimming to walk on, so you crawl under a bush and make camp. Time to get some rest. You close your eyes and are quickly asleep. Your dreams are cluttered and crazy. Face after face laughs as you ask about the spells. 4, says one. There are 11 spells. 13. 49. River water fills your mouth and makes you choke, but the water is thriving with fishes, each of which wants to tell you its life story. And somewhere beneath your feet, you hear a man cackling with laughter, and the crown is on his head, beyond your reach. Okay? By the way, we're gonna be finishing at 7 today, because I need to go and get cat food. So we're gonna be doing about 15 more minutes, and then we'll end for the day. Alright, dawn comes, and you are woken by the shimmering light across the surface of the Jambaji River. But idyllic morning is quickly broken as the first of the boats begin to sail down the river. The sailors cursing and singing filthy songs that echo between the buildings on either side. You have almost become accustomed to the terrible smell here. You follow the road away from the river toward a fork in the road. If there are any nobles still in the city port, their houses are most likely to be on this side of the river. But which way? And I just want to mention that, again, on Friday we're going to have a much shorter stream because it's, 4th of July. We're probably only going to go until maybe around 5. And then we're going to do a watch party this week on Saturday instead. And we're going to do a much longer one. So, but I'll put all the details in the Discord later, probably tomorrow. So, just keep your eyes out for it, just as a reminder. The early morning sun is beginning to wake the streets of Kare. A few creatures roam this way and that. In one corner, a spring bubbles with fresh water. Drink from the fountain. Nice. You cup your hand to the water and drink a mouthful. It is fresh and invigorating, as though the water was enchanted. Ask someone for directions. You stop a passing creature. Excuse me, I need to ask you. The creature's head is bowed and it doesn't look up, but it pulls itself free and hurries away, and is too miserable to speak. Look around. Looking left, the road heads through into a residential area that seems well cared for. A short way off to the right is an open plaza. There's nothing for it. You'll have to explore for yourself. I feel like going right. You turn right, heading away from the city wall. A sign points toward Fireview Square. You pass large houses that have the aspect of official places of business. One is marked with the clawed fist of a moneylender. An elven woman is just leaving. She looks quite worn out already, this early in the morning. Talk to the woman. You stop the woman with a gesture. She looks at you in some surprise. You seem distraught. She looks at you, her eyes narrow. Oh, stranger, she moans. You have no idea. The moneylenders have not been generous? You suggest? The woman laughs. When are they ever generous? But today, they have been cruel. She wipes her eyes with a ragged cuff. But no matter. I should have expected any different. But what about you, stranger? You do not look like a Karian to me. I am a traveler. Is that so? Then maybe you'll need a guide? That would be useful. Unless she's trying to steal from us. She smiles, the first true smile you have seen on her face. Very good, stranger. I would be happy to help you if I can. For a fee. Where do you want to go? I need to find a blind beggar. One who was once a noble. She muses. I know the one, I believe. He inhabits the wasteland near here. She nods. The Fallen Quarter. That is very easy to find if you can avoid the traps. And how much do you charge? 4 gold pieces. That's too much. She shrugs, then I'll have to find work elsewhere. I don't think we need a guide. No, I'll find my own way. Very well. May you stand in the first portal trap you see. Wrapping her cloak tightly around herself, she steps to one side and hurries off down the street. You watch her go with some sympathy. Portal trap. So that's probably what we stepped in, right, chat? That circle, that chalk circle at the council chamber? That must have been a portal trap. The alley gets wider, then passing a long building on the left, which seems to be full of children. On the step, A lanky man sits with his eyes firmly closed. Look at him. You pause to look him over. He is tall, well-dressed, but not healthy looking. He seems pale and thin. Greet him. Go over to the man to greet him. He does not look up at you. I'm a stranger in the city. You play Swindlestones? No, the figure nods once, slowly. From his pocket, he produces a set of dice. What's the stake? The creature shakes his hand and utters 2 words. Your life. And what do I get if I win? Your life. And the creature replies, play or forfeit. I'm confident we can win anyway. So let's just try it. Two ones. He bets 3 5s, so we're gonna bet 4 5s. I mean 4 4s, sorry. It's an orphanage for those whose parents are killed, lost, or go mad, or are murdered. The city port does not provide for its own, others must take up the burden. Oh shit, he actually had 5. An explorer in our city? I will not be here long. Oh shit. You seem to have lost your way. You're in the red quarter. No shit, we're not doing well. I imagine us loading in the future. You're not serious about the stake for this game, are you? What happens to the children in the orphanage? Are they put to work? After a fashion? Oh god, he better have 1 too. If he doesn't... Oh, thank goodness. He might have two 4s, but I don't have any, so I'm just gonna call him on it. He doesn't, thank God. Ooh, 2 2s. 1 1. No way. He claims 1 4. Someone is good 2 2s. I'm playing for my life and you want to discuss the weather? Why not? It's something we are both experiencing. Oh, nice. The creature takes back its dice. A good win, he declares. From his pocket, he produces 3 gold pieces. I took these from the last creature I beat, he said. Makes them yours. Gratefully, you take his gifts. Will you play again, he asks. What more could he have? Could he give us something really good and special, maybe? Okay, we're gonna try it again, because we're actually pretty good at the dice. He says, creature lost, you are a brave soul. I see, I admire that. Well, should you win this time, I will give you 6 gold pieces from my own pocket. I hope that is acceptable. It's not exactly what we wanted, but we'll take it. 1 4. 2 3s. I'm gonna go 4 1s because the chance that he has 1 1 is decent. I don't want him to guess 4 if I guess 3. He's gonna call me. Please have 1, please have 1, please have 1. He does. So we got it, and round's ours. I should have seen... Oh, you should have seen the weather last week. So we're gonna gamble 3 4s and hope that it doesn't have a second one. Why? What happened last week? We had baking heat all week, as though the last cloud had been removed from the sky. Alright, we got him. We're destroying him. He's lucky that we're not taking his life. Okay, we're just gonna say 1 4. See what he says. Says 2 4s. I'm gonna bet 3 1s. He calls, but we have it. Wait, what did he say? So if I lose this game, you'll kill me? I will incarcerate you, not kill you. You will do the dying for yourself. He says 1 1. I'm gonna say 3 1s. And then we have him, hook, line, and sinker. You said this round isn't done? No, it's totally done. This whole game is done. Creature nods again. You are formidable. Handing you 6 more gold pieces, he adds. I will not play you again. It will take a long time for my orphans to earn enough to cover the debt. You take the money and move away down the street. 40 gold. Now that's some gold right there. You follow the road between large houses until it enters a wide square. Odd-looking creatures mill about, going about their business. Several are clustered in a crowd around a monument of some kind. On the other side of the square, the main road continues on through a low arch. 1,000 other alleyways lead off in all directions into Upper Carre. Approach the monument. You approach the crowd around the monument, which is so thick it's hard to see inside. Here, says one of the creatures whom you elbow aside, be careful. You apologize. You apologize, and the creature huffs and moves away through the crowd. Clambering up the steps of the monument, you finally get to see inside. But the monument seems to be empty. There's just a circular run that fills the floor space. The crowd murmur and whisper. That's gotta be a portal trap, right? Circular something? No thank you. We're just leaving. Look through the arch. The arch at the far end of the square is thronged with more creatures, not all the same as those in the square. There seemed to be a bustling hub beyond, a market district perhaps? A peddler with a tray around his neck walks past you in the square. Anklewort, Blimberry, poulticed of nowhere, no weed. Talk to the herbalist. You stop the herbalist. Good day, he greets you. Can I interest you in a poulticed salve? What are you selling? Ah, let me show you. He rubs his hands together. For instance, this. He digs around on a tray. Mustic oil made from pure mustic. What does it do? Mustic is a powerful hypnotic yeast, he replies. It can make you believe almost anything. He holds it out for you to smell. Don't smell it. You lean away, careful not to inhale from the salve. He smiles and takes a deep breath himself, sighing happily. How much does it cost? Upon this size, he holds a container no larger than your thumb. 4 gold pieces. It's very valuable. Give me something else. What else do you have? Blimberry salve. I'll take a blimberry. Fruit vendor? Your stomach rumbles at the sight of fresh fruit. If we can get at least 1 meal a day, we're good. You walk over to the fruit seller. Morning, he declares morosely. His eyes, like everyone else's, are closed. I'd say it was a beautiful day, but it isn't. Would you like to buy something? He waves a hand across the electric tray of fruit, all of it rotten, except for 1 glistening bomba fruit. 4 gold pieces. Alright, we'll buy the bomba. So give us 1 ration. You hand over the 4 gold pieces and the vendor takes the bomba fruit and drops it in your arms. It is heavy, but smells ripe and the flesh is usually excellent. I had a friend, he remarks, who ate 5 of these every day. Never got ill, but then he never got out of the privy either. Talk to the vendor. I'm new to this part of the city, you say. I need directions. The fruit vendor nods, his eyes still closed. What are you looking to find? Not meanie, I hope. How about Lorag? The fruit vendor nods. I've heard of him. I don't know him. He lives somewhere around here. He pauses to rearrange his fruit, accidentally sticking his thumb through a moldy plum. As he does so. What about, blind beggar? Lots of beggars around here, he answers. They don't buy anything. I need a particular one. There's lots to choose from. Through there, the ruins of the free trade quarter, he points to an alleyway leading left from the main square. I need to find the first noble of Kare. The fruit vendor laughs bitterly. Are you serious? Who'd want to find him? He has something I need. The vendor shakes his head. If he arrested your wife, then I'm sorry. And he draws a finger slowly across his throat. What about an undead creature? Try the city graveyard, he replies. No one goes there. It's definitely haunted. Follow the main road past the statue through the market. What about spell lines? For the north gate. Ah, so that's what you're about. Well, you're gonna get your head cut off going around saying that to people. Where do you get your fruit? From another fruit seller, he answers sadly. That's why it's all rotten. Alright. We leave the stall. You bid farewell to the fruit seller and head away from the stall back to the center of the square. And with that, I think we're gonna stop for now. We will pick this up again, of course, on Friday. And oh god, it's making so much noise, this game. I don't think we have to do anything to save either. I think it's automatically saved. But anyway, yeah, we'll pick this back up on Friday and do some more of it. Should be great. And then again, our usual watch party that's on Friday nights is moved to Saturday. So if you're curious about that, it'll be in the Discord. Have a good night, everyone. I think we'll just end it there. I hope you guys will have a wonderful Thursday. Thanks for tuning in and being a part of the stream and enjoying it. I really couldn't do it without you guys, so thank you so much for being here. You are super appreciated, all of you. Oh, also, I'll be uploading these to our YouTube channel, so if you're looking for VODs, they should be there eventually. Often takes like a day or two. But anyway, have a good night, everyone. You guys are amazing. Good night, good night, good night. Bye, everyone. Hasta la vista. Ciao, bye.